our goal while we're here is since I'm retired and drawing pension.
Everything's okay for now. All right. Good morning. I'd like to call the Thursday, September 24th meeting of the Delta Stewardship Council to order, and we will begin by taking roll, starting with Council Member Tatayan.
Tatayan here.
Fiorina here. Eisenberg here.
PFO here.
We have four. We have a quorum. I understand Patrick Johnston is tied up in traffic and will be here in about 15 minutes. On to final item number 3, adoption of the August 27th, 28th meeting summary. What's your pleasure?
I would move the meeting summary, Mr. Chairman.
PFO moves. Tatayan seconds. Any discussion? We'll take a vote, beginning with
Tatayan, aye.
Fiorina, aye.
Eisenberg, aye.
PFO aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Item number 4, Chair's Report. Busy month. It seems like we just had a council meeting last week. I don't know where the time has gone. It's a very focused meeting today on our Delta Plan, WR R15. We'll have an update on levee investment strategy along with the other usual reports. I'm looking forward to a very informative meeting. With that, I will turn it over to our Executive Officer, Jessica Pearson.
Good morning. Thank you. Well, I attended the State of the Estuary Conference last week, and just a quick note on that, because I expect that maybe Cliff will cover some of the details. But one of the opening presentations was from Dr. Letitia Greiner of the San Francisco Estuary Institute, and she was the science lead for the State of the Estuary Report. This is a product that's developed every few years. It's a summary assessment of performance measures on a range of bay health indicators, so not dissimilar to our Delta Plan performance measures. And the report was done a bit differently this time around. It was a combined look at the Delta and the bay. Previous reports focused on the bay. I learned that people in the Bay Area refer to the Delta as the upper estuary, by the way. Dr. Greiner's presentation was just on the results of the report. It was one of the opening talks, and the overall conclusion of the report was that the Bay is doing fair and getting better, but the Delta is doing poorly and getting worse. There are many hypotheses for why. Many were the subject of discussions later in the session. But a big reason I think that was given was because the Bay has been very serious about restoration for longer than we have been here in the Delta, and they've restored nearly 50,000 acres to date, and they're starting to see benefits. They also have more funding, so that's another issue. Anyway, I enjoyed the conference quite a bit, and I recommend anyone who's interested to access that report online. So I always update the council on letters, comments that we've sent out, and this month we sent 2. One was on the Contra Costa County Transportation Authority's environmental review of their countywide transportation plan. You may recall last year we focused on transportation. We did basically a half-day in-Delta transportation panel that was very interesting. And so our letter to the CCCTA really builds on some of the issues that we explored then and recommends ways that the plan could voluntarily improve its consistency with our Delta Plan. So this includes consulting with Caltrans on the effects of climate change, particularly on State Route 4. And we've made recommendations to align some of their recommended mitigation measures for impacts to biological and agricultural resources. And made some general suggestions for how their plan could be consistent with sustainable community strategies and the Delta Protection Commission's land use and resource management plan. So there's a copy of that before you and out on the table and also posted online. Next was comments to DWR on the conservation strategy that they are developing for the Flood Board and the Flood Board's future update of their flood plan. In general, the strategy is well done and it aligns well with our Delta Plan. We did offer some suggestions to improve their adaptive management process. And we noted that some of the areas in their plan are areas that our Delta plan also recommends for consideration of setback levies. And something else that's in front of you at your desk, we're trying out a new format. We have a memo that is written to me and to you from our program manager, Jessica Davenport. And what she's doing here is she's providing an update on the implementation of the habitat restoration issue paper that she led the development of along with other staff, and that we produced last year. That was produced subsequent to the Independent Science Board's report on the types of actions that could be taken to improve habitat restoration in the Delta. So because we've had so many chock-full meetings, and because sometimes you can just read a memo rather than having a full-blown presentation, we decided to try kind of this alternate format of providing a brief update on activities that staff is undertaking with the promise that we'll bring back a full report when appropriate. So you'll note that there are copies out on the table as well, and it's available on our website. So thank you to Jessica for her hard work there. There are many good news stories to highlight. So on October 12th, we've set a council workshop to preview and beta test, if you will, the Delta Levy Investment Strategy Decision-Making Support Tool that Arcadis and our staff have been developing. You've heard mention of this at council meetings. I know many of you are eager to see how it works. This would be the first opportunity to beta test this publicly. The meeting will run approximately from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. in this room in our Sacramento building, and it'll be open to the public and it will be webcast. There will also be 2 public meetings that will demo the tool, one October 13th in West Sacramento and one October 15th in Stockton. With that, I think I will turn to Chris for the legal update.
Okay, thanks. Bethany Payne and Caroline Soto are going to join us at the table here to give the council a brief update on a couple matters that we felt were worthy of your attention. So I'm going to turn it over to Bethany to introduce Caroline.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Fiorini
Good
and
morning.
members. As you may recall, last meeting, we updated you on several cases brought by irrigation districts against the State Water Board. Those cases were brought in Stockton, challenging the Water Board's authority to curtail water rights of senior rights holders. Those cases have now been consolidated and moved to Santa Clara County Superior Court. And in the meantime, as we mentioned last meeting, the Water Board had brought administrative penalties against 2 of those districts, excuse me, Byron Bethany and the West Side Irrigation District. Their hearings are scheduled for October and November respectively at the State Water Board. And those districts have challenged the State Water Board's ability to hold those hearings while this litigation is pending and filed motions to stay with the Santa Clara County Superior Court. Those stay motions were heard on Tuesday of this week, and the judge indicated at that hearing that he would have his order issued by Friday, by tomorrow, because the administrative hearings are pending as soon as next month. The irrigation districts argued that the Water Board shouldn't hold the administrative hearings because the court had primary jurisdiction at this point, and the Water Board argued that they had concurrent jurisdiction and that administrative remedies should be exhausted before these issues get back up to the court. So we'll keep you posted. We expect to have an order, as I said, tomorrow, or by tomorrow. Caroline here and I have been tracking some interesting movement that's happened in longstanding litigation between the Westlands Water District and the Department of Interior Bureau of Reclamation. There was a settlement agreement reached this week, or September 15th, between the parties. So Caroline's going to give you some background on how we got to the settlement agreement, and then I'll give you some details of the agreement itself.
Hello. So a little bit of background. In the 1940s, landowners of the west side of the San Joaquin Valley, south of the Delta, moved to have a Water District in order to facilitate delivery of Central Valley Project water to their farmlands. And in 1952, the Fresno Board of Supervisors approved this and formed the Westlands Water District. And as of today, at 600,000 acres, the district is the largest agricultural water district in the United States. In 1963, the Westlands entered into water service contracts with the Department of the Interior's Bureau of Reclamation and a subsequent construction repayment contract in 1965. In 2000, the Ninth Circuit held that the federal law requires the Department of Interior to provide drainage to a portion of Westlands, approximately 42,000 acres. And in January of 2012, Westlands filed a breach of contract in an action in the United States federal claims, and they alleged that the United States' failure to provide drainage service to Westlands service area constituted a breach of Westlands water service contract and repayment contract. So since 2013, the United States and Westlands have been negotiating to resolve the drainage and repayment issues, and Bethany will give you more information on this settlement.
So the settlement agreement, as I mentioned, was executed by both parties on September 15th, and there are key issues in it that we'd like to make you aware of, or key contents. The first issue is that the federal government is relieved now of its obligation to provide irrigation district to the Westlands District's farm, and Westland District itself will take on that obligation. The federal government will transfer title of infrastructure, water infrastructure within the Westlands District to Westlands, along with the real property that's associated with all of that infrastructure. Westlands will help the federal government reach settlement with several farmers that have brought suit against the Department of Interior for failing to provide that drainage over the years. And key here that you may have read about in the newspapers is that the federal government will convert the 1963 contract that Caroline mentioned to a water repayment contract that also gives the district a guaranteed 895,000 acre-feet per year, subject to two key limitations that are contained within the settlement agreement. First is that 895,000 acre-feet is subject to existing priority rights that the district has vis-a-vis other contractors. And second, if the Department of Interior has any allocation restrictions placed upon it, either under federal law, the Endangered Species Act, or state water board requirements, for example, regarding flow or water quality, or drought or other hydrological conditions, then that 895,000 is subject to those requirements. In return, Westlands will retire at least 100,000 acres of farmland, and the federal government will forgive Westlands roughly $375 million in debt related to the Central Valley Project capital costs. This settlement agreement, according to the terms of it, must be approved by Congress by January 2017. If it's not, then either party has the right to void this agreement. And similarly, if this agreement has proposed bill language attached to it that would be introduced in Congress, if that language changes materially, the parties will discuss that. But then if they agree that it's materially changed, either party at that point would have the right to void the settlement agreement as well. So we're going to be tracking, in concert with our legislative office, the development of this legislative package through Congress and the public hearings that result to get more of the details. The settlement agreement is only 10 pages long, and as Caroline alluded to, this has been an ongoing dispute for many, many years, so we expect the devil will be in the details, and we'll be tracking that for you and reporting back.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes.
I read the proposed settlement agreement and statutory language. Mm-hmm. As best I can determine, the promise of that will be given to Westlands Water District in terms of water they are entitled to take, the 895,000 acre feet. What is there a durational time limit on that?
Well, the length of the contract that they would be entering into by statute would be up to a 40-year contract, but in the settlement agreement, the parties didn't indicate how long the term of the contract would be, so that will be one of the details that we'll be monitoring for you.
And Westlands is receiving essentially all the infrastructure of the Central Valley project in exchange, or much of it.
Not all of it,
Not
no,
all of it,
certainly.
but much of it.
The large canal, the San Juan Canal that serves other districts and other localities is not part of it. It is the pumps and the smaller canals within the district itself and the real property associated with it that would be going to the
I
district.
could not find anywhere a dollar valuation placed on the capital assets that are to be transferred.
That is correct. There was
There
no
is none?
appraisal attached to this. So that is one of the other issues that we'll be tracking for you as well. And, because there was no appraisal attached to it, it's hard to gauge the relative value of what each party is getting and giving up in this contract
Can you,
or settlement agreement.
historically, Westlands, although it says it's a water right holder and it objects to being called a junior water rights holder, the reality is it signed agreements with the federal government later than other interested parties. This proposal seems to elevate the status of Westlands vis-à-vis the 895,000 acre feet of water into some kind of, if not a senior right, something beyond what they currently have. And do you have any, I have not spent a great amount of time on this proposed agreement, but that seems to me to be a puzzling status.
There is language in the settlement agreement. It's section 9C, Romanet 6. And on the version I have, Romanet 6 covers pages 5 and 6, that the 895,000 acre feet is subject to requirements of current and future federal enacted law. So that would include CEQA and the ESA. And that includes applicable and also state water board requirements. So that would be water right priority. And then later on in the section, it says that the repayment contract that the parties will enter into will not afford Westlands, quote, any greater or lesser rights to an annual allocation of water than Westlands would have had if Westlands' existing 1963 contracts and any interim renewals thereof had remained in place. So, the language is there that it shouldn't assume a higher priority than folks are in line ahead of it. But
Correct me if I'm wrong, there has never been an absolute determination of Westland's priority.
That is correct.
What do we call it, an inchoate right?
Right.
A right to make a claim in the future, whatever its extent and detail?
Right, and so that's why the devil is going to be in the details, not only in the legislation that's enacted, but the contract between the parties that comes out of it. And we're hoping that that process is as public as possible so that we can monitor these issues and others that you're raising. Because the details are not in this 10-page settlement agreement.
State law requires all water users, local and state, to reduce reliance on the Delta for future water supply needs. Is there anything in this settlement which would obligate Westlands to do what is required under state law?
Just the mentioning of the state water board requirements, but that is something that we want to be tracking, as well as looking for, while the district is located outside of the legal delta, some projects that they may undertake to, for example, construct the drainage obligations that they're taking on may be covered actions. And so that is a way that we would be looking, the council may want to be looking at the co-equal goals and reduced reliance when those projects would come to us as covered actions.
Prior to the settlement agreement being developed, the fight between Westlands and the federal government was the federal government had promised to do something about drainage, but every attempt that they made failed.
Right, or was also subject to litigation.
And Westland said it's not our fault it failed, even though we're cause of the polluted drainage involved. Is there anything in this agreement that obligates Westlands to actually perform and satisfy its to-be-assumed duties for drainage water?
It is taking on the obligation to create the drainage, but the details of how it would do that and the projects that would result for that are missing in this settlement agreement. So that is one thing that we hope will get aired in the congressional hearings that are held on the legislation.
There are a list of real properties involved that would compose the 100,000 acres of land to be retired.
Correct.
In exhibit, whatever in the Dickens it is, attachment A. Do you have any information on whether those lands are now substantially being irrigated or not?
What we've read in press documents, and they may be the same press reports that you've read, is that a large portion of that 100,000 acres may already be fallowed at this point. And we've also, I think Westland's general manager, I hope I'm not misquoting him, may have said in the paper that they're looking at alternative uses for those lands, perhaps
Houses?
solar panels. And then the settlement agreement, although those lands are attached as an exhibit, it does give them flexibility to add more or to take away from that and substitute as they go through the details and figure out which lands are going to be dedicated for.
Do you have a view now of whether the language in the settlement agreement constitutes a declaration of water rights for Westlands in the future, the 895,000?
The Department of Interior Bureau of Reclamation wouldn't have authority to do that. That authority rests
Have authority to do what?
To dedicate water rights to Westlands. The water rights authority rests with the State Water Board. The distribution of water from the Central Valley project to contractors, including Westlands, would be subject to flow and water rights established with the State Water Board.
Is this, in your opinion, a preemption of any aspect of state law by the federal government? This may be premature to...
Yeah, I think it's premature to make that assessment one way or another because there's so few details.
Yeah, just to jump in, and I would reiterate that strongly, that I think it is premature. So I think that the back and forth here is very healthy. At this point, I'd caution that, as you know, it's a long-standing issue that has been at impasse at various points over the years, and I think what a lot of this is what we're reading in press articles that are trying to give context. As Bethany stated, the settlement document itself is relatively short,
Yes.
as are the attachments, including the proposed language that would have to go to Congress. So I think that what we're trying to do here is raise the issue, and what we've done, hopefully through this presentation, is promise to keep you apprised of any implications that any of this may have vis-a-vis the Delta Plan and/or any of the issues within your jurisdiction.
Let's talk about timing. When is it anticipated this will go before Congress?
There's no word. The Congress folks, the congressmen who have been interviewed in the press, as well as Senator Feinstein and Senator Boxer, have indicated that they and their staff are still looking at the language. And as you can imagine, the opinions that have been expressed by congressmen up and down the valley are quite different from one another. So there's no indication yet of which member may be bringing this bill and when that might be.
Well, to the extent you're going to advise the council on whether we should make any comments on this and what those comments might be, I would urge you to move very rapidly on analyzing and preparing for possible fast action in Congress. I don't think it'll happen, but it could happen. And if it does, our comments will have to be made promptly. And this is not one, I think, where we can guarantee that we have a leisurely space of time to review and understand all the implications before commenting.
We will
Absolutely.
do that. Thanks.
Great. Thank you all. Mary, you had a question or comment?
A couple questions and comments, and I share Councilmember Eisenberg's perspective. Obviously, there's some significant details that will continue to bear themselves out. Seems to me, Bethany, you said January 2017 is the deadline for Congress to act on this support?
Is the deadline for adoption by
right.
Congress.
Well, it
yes.
seems like an awfully long time, even though there are significant details that we're still looking for information for. So to Councilmember Eisenberg's point, I agree. I think we may want to poise ourselves to comment, and maybe the sooner the better, because sometimes Congress does act in lightning fast, swift motion. Sometimes they don't, but we need to be prepared either way. And my remaining question is, what about what's happening in the meantime? Is there access by Westlands to this water supply system, and what happens to the drainage project that the federal government is responsible for? Is it just sort of go into paralysis and status quo?
Yeah, so in the meantime, we're kind of status quo. The parties have reached the settlement agreement, but until the enabling legislation is adopted and then the contracts flow from that enabling legislation, the parties have agreed to a sort of détente at this point, but the 895,000 acre feet, the switching of obligation, the transfer of title to the water infrastructure, none of that is happening until they enter into a contract to do so. And the contract wouldn't take place until Congress adopts the enabling legislation and the president signs it.
So to council, Chris, what would be a realistic timeline for this body to expect us to have some sort of response to or engagement in the dialogue about the concerns of the Stewardship Council in any congressional action?
Well, obviously, we're going to monitor any congressional action in conjunction with our legislative office, so that's a given. This is one of the moving pieces towards any kind of Delta solution, and there are, as you know, many actors that have potentially an interest in this, not only on the state side, the federal side, but the local side. So, you know, at the present time, admittedly, what we're reporting on is basically what we've read in the press and documents that were attached to press clippings. So I think it is very premature at this point to get into the details or speculate even how we would advise the council. We're raising potential issues for you. Obviously, working in conjunction with our state agency partners that have some direct regulatory responsibilities over state water rights, including the State Board, DWR, Fish and Wildlife, the administration in general, is paramount before we decide on a course of action. So I think that it's even premature to answer your question, unfortunately, but this has jumped in magnitude to the priority list because it's a really important issue, but it's been an intractable issue. And so from the federal government's perspective, from what we read in the press, they see this as beneficial to the federal government and the taxpayers. Westlands obviously has been looking for something that's beneficial to its members as well. Our job now is to dig into a bit of the details and advise the board.
But the details aren't so much there, obviously, but is there if we can't comment, or maybe it's premature to comment because we don't have enough information, is there an ability, I would offer a suggestion, ability for this council to inquire? There may be a list of questions, a host of questions that we would seek information or answers to. So I'm sure, Mr. Chairman, maybe you've thought about this and spoken with council, but there may be a way to engage if it's not appropriate to comment.
Legal counsel is aware of, in fact, a heightened awareness now exists of council interest in this matter. And they will apprise us on a monthly basis as to any changes. I'd just like to highlight that I was in New York in 1984, visiting with the New York Times, when they asked me, what do you know about Kesterson? And that was the first that I was aware of it. So the San Luis Drain, you know, in terms of a couple of questions that you have all asked, San Luis Drain hasn't operated in decades because of the issues arose at Kesterson. And in terms of water supply, last time I checked, CVP contractors were receiving no water. So those two conditions are unlikely to change until Congress takes some action. So I think it's important to follow. But intractable, yes. Long-term, yes. And will something happen quickly? Maybe. And our legal counsel staff will monitor it and report as necessary.
Absolutely. And if there are questions that occur to us, we will certainly run them past you. And perhaps, for example, when there's an actual author of this legislation, that may be the person to appropriately address those questions to before you're even at the point where you're comfortable commenting, so that we can get the answers to your questions that you have.
Great. Okay, thank you for that
Thank you.
lively report. Chris, anything
Okay.
else?
Oh, sorry. I think we're ready to move on to our legislative update, and then I have a few short things, and then we can launch into the meeting.
Brian, welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, council members. For the September update, I'll cover where we are on the legislative calendar, followed by an update on the fate of a few legislative measures, and then a note on 3 potential ballot initiatives for the 2016 general election. So since the August council meeting, the legislature considered the remainder of the bill still active this year and adjourned on September 11th for the year. During the 2015 session, the legislature introduced nearly 2,400 bills, with approximately a third of those bills moving to the governor for his consideration. In its remaining time earlier this month, the legislature focused on most of its time on a number of issues outside of the Delta's purview. However, there are a few bills worth noting. The following bills were held in their respective fiscal committees at the end of August and became 2-year bills. SB 573 by Senator Pan, which parallels some of the work done by the Delta Science Program and the Data Summit, which was held this past February, would establish a chief data officer and require the development of a statewide data portal. SB 223 by Senator Galgiani would establish an invasive weeds task force under the Division of Boating and Waterways, with a focus on the management of such weeds in the Delta, its tributaries, and the Sassoon Marsh. And then finally, AB 1201 by Assemblymember Salas, which I've mentioned in previous months, is the bill that would require the Department of Fish and Wildlife to develop a plan in consultation with the Independent Science Board to address the predation of Delta species by non-native species. As I said previously, all of these bills were held in their respective fiscal committees, so these bills are eligible for further consideration in January. And then moving on to a few bills that were successful in making it to the governor's desk and are currently being considered at this time. AB 1390 Alejo and SB 226 by Senator Pavley. These were the 2 bills that make up the groundwater adjudication streamlining effort. And they are currently before the governor for his consideration. As well as one more I wanted to mention is AB 1323 by Assemblymember Frazier, which would provide public agencies with additional authority to remove abandoned vessels from public waterways, something that the Delta is certainly not immune from. Since all 3 of these bills were passed after September the 1st, the governor has 30 days to act. Failure to do so would result in the bills becoming law. And then moving on to a few ballot measures and a quick federal note. As you're probably aware, there are a number of ballot initiatives currently mulling around, trying to qualify for the November 16 ballot, 3 of which I want to briefly highlight. The first, which I'm sure you're all familiar with, which is backed by Dean Cortopassi, would require voter approval for the sale of public infrastructure bonds amounting to more than $2 billion. The Secretary of State's office is currently in the process of conducting a random sample of the signatures gathered, and an announcement is expected in the coming weeks as to whether that qualifies or not. And then also of note, 2 proposals that would extend the income tax portion of Proposition 30 that is set to expire in 2018 were recently announced and are likely to enter signature gathering in the coming months. This may be a particular instance to the council since the primary source of its current funding is derived from the general fund. And then finally, in legislative news, Senator Lisa Murkowski, the chairwoman of the Senate's Energy and Natural Resources Committee, announced that the House and Senate drought bills will be heard at an October 8th hearing where a potential compromise on the House and Senate versions of a Western states drought solution may be potentially, could emerge. So that's certainly something that bears watching, and I will report back on the council with an update in coming months. And with that, that concludes my update. Happy to entertain any questions you may have.
Any questions of Ryan? Nope. Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you. Okay, a quick note on a recent hire that we made. Nicole Stern has joined our science program as an environmental scientist earlier this month. She's a Chico State grad, and she has a master's in science from UC Santa Barbara's Bren School. She has 4 years' experience working for a private consulting firm. Much of her work has been on Delta-related projects addressing water quality, hydrology, subsidence, climate change, and agronomy issues. She will be focusing for us in the areas of water quality and monitoring. So I hope you'll join me in welcoming Nicole.
Welcome, Nicole.
So for today's meeting, like the chair said, we have an in-depth focus on the issues of water transfers. The discussion directly relates to the Delta Plan and the temporary determination that we made upon adopting the Delta Plan that one-year water transfers did not have a significant impact on the coequal goals and therefore were not covered actions needing certification. We included a sunset date on that determination, or a revisit date, and included a recommendation to DWR and the State Board to develop and bring back answers to some specific questions related to transfers so that the council could be better informed in addressing the issue going forward. So this discussion today is very important because it's intended to eventually lead to a decision by the council regarding whether to or how to amend the Delta Plan on this topic, and what the council's role, if any, regarding temporary water transfers should be going forward. We'll also include an update on our Delta Levee investment strategy. Specifically, we'll have Gil Cozio here to bring forth some case studies on reclamation districts per his previous offer to us, I believe in June, and Mayor Brown's desire to learn more about some of the reclamation district success stories that stem from or relate to state investment currently. So I'm looking forward to that. And with that, I conclude my executive officer's report.
Jessica, thanks. Any questions for Jessica? Any comment?
Jess, I commend you a lot on the summary paper that Jessica Davenport did. I think that makes it a lot more understandable. I don't think you mentioned, but I'm impressed with the comment letters the staff is preparing on various agency reports. It's a hard job to keep track of this and to accumulate the stuff, and I just think it's a good job.
Thank you. And these letters are generated, not just with our staff sitting in their cubes, but they're typically the result of a lot of interaction with the proponents of these projects, consulting with our sister agencies to get their points of view, and so a lot of work goes into each letter, so thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you, Phil. Others? Pat, any public comment on this item? All right, we have concluded file item number 5. We'll now move on to file item number 6, the lead scientist report. You may recall on Thursday, August 27th, this body took action to select a new lead scientist, and it's my privilege to introduce for the first time in this go-around our new lead scientist, Dr. Cliff Dahm. Welcome.
Well, thank you for that. I've been here 13 days, and so I am definitely seeing that the pace of action around this place, if anything, has gotten more intense. And so in my first 13 days, I've been to 2 all-day symposiums, a 2-day State of the Estuary meeting, I don't know how many Delta Stewardship Council meetings, and a number of meetings with some of our collaborators and colleagues that are doing science in the Delta. So let me give you a brief update. Some of these items that are on the lead scientist report are from some past activities. I do wanted to initially also build on the comments that Jessica made about the state of the estuary, the 2-day meeting that was held in Oakland. I did bring along the state of the estuary document. It has an executive summary plus a longer version. It is also online, but if any of you are interested in looking at some of the products from the state of the estuary. This is probably the main one, and the executive summary does provide some of the information that is needed for the reporting out of condition and status and trends for both the lower estuary and the upper estuary, or the delta as we know it. So the other thing that I wanted to also highlight about the state of the estuary was that there was a very interesting drought panel that Chair Friarini was the moderator for. I think very interesting discussion on some of the economic effects of the drought, some of the effects on fish from the drought, and how the California water system is responding to the drought. So that was one of the plenaries on Friday. I gave a talk in the plenary on Thursday, and I had the interesting opportunity, I guess, to follow after three rather interesting, rather articulate, rather impassioned, a bit angry high school students who got up and basically said, "You're leaving us a mess." And it was actually very moving. It was very, very well done, and I really endorsed the fact that these students were willing to get up in a very public forum and make a very interesting talk. And the summary of that is actually came out on Maven's notebook yesterday. So if any of you would like to read their comments and see the pictures of these young people, it's available to see. So I have 5 things in the lead scientist report that I'll cover very quickly. The first one is one of the 2 symposia that I attended. This is the California Salmon and Climate Variability Symposium. It was held at UC Davis. This is a collaboration with the UC Davis Coastal and Marine Sciences Institute. This is the first time that we've teamed up with the Coastal and Marine Sciences Institute, and I think we have a couple more planned events that'll be coming up in the future. One probably focused on the science of restoration, and another one that'll be focused on all the various smelt species, marine and freshwater. And the couple things just to say about this symposia. The symposia was an attempt, and I think a successful attempt, at bringing together people who study climate and people who study fish and make them begin to link some of those databases and some of those things that are occurring that affect both the climate of California and the viability and of salmon populations in particular. So I have a background in oceanography, and I remember one of my oceanography professors liked to get up and say, the atmosphere brings us weather, but the oceans bring us climate. And that's I think a very true statement. And so a lot of the early talks were focusing on what's going on in the North Pacific and the tropical Pacific and the subtropical Pacific, and with an understanding of why this very intense drought has occurred, and also what might be coming ahead with the very strong El Nino that is in place and probably will certainly affect some of our climate patterns, and particularly Southern California is most likely, I think, to see enhanced precipitation along with the southwestern United States, South Texas, and South Florida. And in addition, I think there was some very interesting discussions about also how some of these climate systems interact to produce either strong or weakened upwelling conditions in our coastal oceans, which again has a very real effect on salmon populations. So that was a nice symposium, and I think there's a summary document that will be coming out soon, and also it was video recorded, so if any of you want to listen to specific talks, you can do so. Second symposia that I was involved in was symposia on invasive aquatic vegetation. This was, again, held at UC Davis. There, I think, were a number of, I felt, really interesting talks that are germane to the Delta. A couple things I did want to highlight is there were experts brought in that have dealt with aquatic plant management in Florida, where this is also a substantive problem, as it is in the Delta. And they provided some information on how they've dealt with water hyacinth and some of the aquatic weeds that are problematic in South Florida. They also pointed out that they have an emerging problem in Florida that's becoming quite difficult from a management perspective to tackle. And it was reiterated by some of the people who work, some of the scientists who work on the same kind of plants here in the Delta that the same problem is starting to emerge in the Delta, and that is we have a plant that's been around as an invasive for a couple decades. It's water primrose, and it seems to be really taking off in the Delta, and it has management issues that are that the people in Florida have found to be even more problematic than dealing with hyacinths. So one of the take-home messages was this is an emerging problem. You should get on it now. Don't wait. And so this was, I think, and this was reiterated by the people who've been looking at it here in the Delta. And one aspect of the work that was presented on mapping the distribution of some of these plants is that during the drought, during the last 2 years of the drought, the Brazilian waterweed, Egeria densa, which is certainly a very real problem in the Delta, has not expanded its coverage strongly compared to previous years, but many of the floating leaf forms have, and water primrose is one of those, and water hyacinth is another one of those. And so that is certainly one of the clear responses to the drought, is an increased coverage by these floating leafed plants in parts of the Delta. And there are some very nice data using remote sensing to actually map this distribution. So those are the two symposia that I attended. The science staff picked out a couple posters that they wanted to highlight. One of them I noticed is posted outside if you're interested in looking at it. The first one is a poster that focused on something that is very much a part of the Delta Science Plan, and that is trying to improve the way we manage all the data being collected by all the various groups that are monitoring various aspects of the Delta and the estuary. And the poster that's highlighted here in your report is basically progress on making this data more accessible and more effectively visualized, so you can actually go in and get a sense of what's going on with a number of the things that are then potentially used as indicators or metrics in reports such as the State of the Estuary report. The other poster, the one that's actually posted outside, is a poster on some enhanced modeling. This is part of a program that has actually, as far as I know, probably been going on for about a decade. I know that back in the CalFed Science days, and then in the early days of the Delta Stewardship Council, support was directed towards this program, along with funding from other agencies to make this happen. The program is called Cascade. Cascade is, as you might guess, an acronym. It stands for Computational Assessments of Scenarios of Change for the Delta Ecosystem. This is a series of linked models that basically go all the way from food webs down to hydrodynamics. And these models are becoming improved relative to their ability to deal with three-dimensional movement and processes. One-dimensional and two-dimensional models. One-dimensional would be, for example, movement downstream. Two-dimensional might be movement downstream and interaction with the floodplain. But three-dimensional, looking at those two dimensions, but also looking at the vertical dimension, is what this enhanced modeling is able to do. The developers of this are a number of Dutch scientists. The Dutch scientists have really applied this a lot in studying a lot of the estuaries and coastal waters in the Netherlands. So this technology has been brought in and is now being applied to the estuary. So there's a highlight on that. That poster is posted in some of the highlights of what they've been learning is outside. Last thing I wanted to mention is that we have 4 directed actions that are focused on studies that are linked to the emergency drought barrier. And the 4 of these that are in place include one study that is really focused on the nutrients in primary producers and how they're affected by the barrier being in place and altering the hydrodynamics of the system. This is out of San Francisco State University. We have a second study that's looking at how some of the food resources of some of the pelagic fishes are affected by the barrier. This is by another group also out of San Francisco State University. We have another study that is focused on basically the interaction between the hydrodynamics of the system the nutrients, and then the primary producers, which are the base of the food web for the zooplankton communities, and this is from the USGS group of scientists here at the California Water Center. And then finally, the last study is looking at how some of the invasive clams are responding to the presence of the barrier. So those are the 4 directed actions that are going on related to the drought barrier that the science program is supporting. And then finally, I just wanted to mention, it's not in the report, but I wanted to let you know that the latest announcement for the next competition for the Delta Fellows has just, I think in the last couple days, been posted online, and there's a one-pager that was put with your packet that basically summarizes the research topic areas. Basically, one is on drought, the other one is on focuses on habitat restoration and that effectiveness. Another one is looking at the migratory species that move through and use the delta, and the third is looking at some of the cultural, economic, and natural resource issues within the delta. So those are the 4 theme areas that students who are either pursuing a doctorate or are recent graduates doing postdoctoral fellowships can apply for. And so that is out of, and we'll be receiving applications and then go through an evaluation program later in the fall. So I'll open it up to questions. I think the one other thing that we'll have is Delta by the numbers, and Daniel will provide you an update of conditions in the Delta as of, and actually in California relative to water resources as of September 24th. But first I'll open it up to questions, and then I'll ask Daniel to come up and give you the by the numbers report.
Sure, Cliff, and I want to bear witness to the fact that how busy you have been, and also to acknowledge Councilmember PIFO's role in helping to kick off the weed symposium. Mary's been a champion of arresting the spread of aquatic weeds in the Delta, and did a marvelous job helping to tee up that issue at the symposium.
Yes, thank you.
Jessica, did you have a?
I just wanted to add a bit of context, if I could. Cliff mentioned the emergency drought barrier studies and the fellows solicitation, and both of those are part of this high-impact science actions that the DPIC approved back in May, and stemmed from our larger interim science action agenda. And so that funding came from our budget successes last year, and is part of kind of our fair share of stepping up to fulfill the funding requirements of some of those activities that the multi-agency implementation committee endorsed.
Thank you. Thanks for that. Mary?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Dahm, just a quick question on the emergency drought barrier studies. I realize they were just launched in early September, but when might we expect to see a result of that information coming through from San Francisco State? Do you have any idea on a time frame?
Are you speaking to any one of the specific ones? The 2 of them are to San Francisco State, 2 of them are to the United States Geological Survey. All 4 of them, I think, are one-year contracts.
Okay.
As to,
It'll be a while.
I suspect that they were probably in the field generating data. In fact, I know they're using advanced sensors to do continuous real-time sensing of some of these parameters. My guess is that we'll probably start to see information in the spring.
And will we naturally track that? You will get information flowing back here.
Sure.
That would be great.
Yep, science program will definitely be interested in what they're learning.
Great. And Mr. Chairman, it was my honor and privilege to provide the welcome to the Science Symposium on Invasive Aquatic Vegetation. I thank you for being there also, and Reiner for his role, and Stewardship Council staff for helping arrange the event. I'm sorry I couldn't stay all day. It was a Board of Supervisors meeting, but I would have loved to have been able to stay and learn more about the issue, but there were a lot of people there, and I'm confident the day was very well spent. Thank you.
Other comments or questions for Cliff? Phil?
Yeah, Cliff, not for your response now, but I just wanted, the chair suggested this might be the right place to mention it. I read with some dismay the Department of Water Resources response to the Independent Science Board comments on the water fix EIR. It was, at least in my judgment, pretty dismissive of independent science, and contrary to all of the earlier comments we've received, on Independent Science Board observations over the past couple of years, this is the first time where the department seemed to indicate they were not going to respond favorably in any way. And the thing that bothered me particularly is that there is nothing I can tell that is specific, clear, and obvious that elevates the role of science in this process and that offers us the chance of a new management system for the Delta, whether the Delta ecosystem or the water supply system. And you've had a lot to do, but there'll be a point, I assume, soon when we hear from the Independent Science Board, and at that point, I'd be interested if you have any comments to observe on this. I believe this was in the packet today, Randy, or handed out.
I don't think so.
No.
It's been published.
Yeah,
I think there was a September 16th and a September 21st letter.
Yeah, and I would ask the staff to make copies of that available to the council.
The Independent Science Board issued a draft that these letters were in response to. They held a meeting last week and received public comment at the meeting, as well as written submissions. And so I understand the Independent Science Board is considering the comments that they've received and will produce a final letter prior to our October meeting.
Right.
That's my understanding also.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Daniel? And by the way, Daniel's one of our fellows.
Good morning, Daniel. Try the one next to you.
There we go. Hi, good morning. Okay, now, Bob, I think I got the item number wrong. There we go. Okay. Okay, so for this month's by the numbers, there hasn't been a lot of change in a lot of the numbers. Precipitation, we've only received 0.4 of an inch of precipitation in the northern Sierra and 0.2 of an inch in the southern. For water temperature, there's actually been some improvement. There's been no change in the Clear Creek temperature gauge, so they're meeting the Chinook salmon target. That's 57 degrees is their target, not to exceed 58. That is good news. In Collinsville, there's been no change in temperature, but Delta smelt are stressed between 68 and 77 degrees Fahrenheit. Clifton Court Forebay has declined by 5 degrees Fahrenheit, so it's cooled down a bit there. Moving on to reservoir storage, there's been pretty much no change in percent of average. There's been a decline in Lake Shasta by 2%, an increase in of percent of average in Oroville by 1%, and no change in San Luis Reservoir. Onto flows, there has been some decline in flow, a decrease in 700 CFS in the Sacramento River, a decline of 100 CFS in San Joaquin River, and a decline of 200 CFS at the pumps. Salinity there's been no change in the Sacramento River. There has been a decrease in, an increase in salinity, decrease in water quality in the San Joaquin River of 143 units there. But there has been an increase in water quality at the pumps of a decline in salinity of 100 units there for the combined pumps. Finally, onto Delta Smelt. We're going to provide an additional figure this month, and I'll just explain that and how we went through that. So really, this is a summary figure of all the numbers for this year of the state of the Delta Smelt. And what you see is each box indicating a portion of the Delta Smelt's life cycle. So the upper left-hand corner, you'll see adult, and the top right corner, you see larvae, juvenile, and subadult, and it rotates through there. And what these numbers are the 4 primary indices for the Delta Smelt's health in the Delta. And these are the 4 primary indices that are utilized in the recent MAST report. I want to take note is that each of these numbers is the lowest number for each indices on record. The current number that's upcoming is the fall midwater trawl data, and that'll tell us about the population of the subadults of this year. And although last year was the lowest year on record, what is good news is that this number, preliminary data from Department of Fish and Wildlife, indicates that it's a non-zero number, which is good given that the summer ToeNet survey was a zero. Yeah, it's not zero, so that is good. We expect memos from the Department of Fish and Wildlife in mid-October to mid-December. Those memos can be, once we have those data, we can update the numbers for the smelt. But this is just the current summary. Following months, pending these updates, we'll provide those to the council, and if not, we might move to another fish population as well. So, thank you. Any questions?
So Daniel, as I recall at the last meeting, there was some concern about the way Delta smelt numbers were reported, so you have responded. Mary, is this satisfactory?
It wasn't so much a concern about how they were reported, it was the switching of species. It was just wanted to make sure we were consistent. If we switched, we were inclusive of the switch. We didn't exclude one over another. So
Indeed.
I think these are all probably one of my favorite things about these meetings. No offense to anyone, but the information that's in these is
None taken.
It's always really interesting to me to see the numbers and the trends and what they mean. And I thank you for the report and the monitoring of the issues, Daniel. It's been tremendous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other comments or questions, Phil?
Sprink Kodiak.
Spring Kodiak trawl, yes.
Well, I mean,
No,
I
my
understand
goodness.
what the word trawl
Yeah.
means, I
Yeah.
think. But maybe I've just missed it before. I don't know what Sprink Kodiak refers to.
And this is my first, I just became aware of this as you mentioned it. Yeah, that is a typo. Yeah.
What should it be?
Spring.
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 Spring
Kodiak,
I
yeah.
see, okay.
Yep. That is indeed a typo.
Got it.
Kodiaks are the boats.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, anything else? Cliff,
No, thanks.
that concludes your report?
That concludes my report, yes.
Okay, Daniel, thank you. Cliff, thank you. Any public comment on file item 6? None. Moving on to file item number 7. Jessica?
Actually, I think I've said all I need to say to tee this up, so I'm just going to hand it right over to Kayvon.
Kevon, Sam. You have,
We are missing one of our first panel members, Tom Allen. But I think Mr. Coyle is under time.
yeah, let's proceed, and we can relay to Tom all the good things that Bill and Jerry had to say.
Good morning, Chair Fiorini. Good morning, members.
Good morning.
Just to start off, today is the start of the last week of the 2015 water year. So starting next Thursday, we will be in water year 2016, and anything is possible. We could start the 5th year of drought, or we could start the first year in a series of wet years that will fill our reservoirs and provide the fisheries the flow that they need to help recover.
Tom, they have a spot for you with your name tag up here at the presenters table. Welcome.
Thank you. Sorry.
As you may recall, I came before you in July, and I brought you up to speed on how the Delta Plan addresses single-year water transfers. We discussed the importance of single-year water transfers and how they contribute to the statewide water supply reliability. We discussed the Council's adoption of Delta Plan Recommendation WR R15 as a means to reducing administrative impediments to single-year transfers, and also how reducing these impediments is of such great importance that the Governor also issued 2 subsequent executive orders to expedite the review and process of water transfers. We discussed how the council arrived at the determination that single-year transfers that occur through 2016 do not have a significant impact on the coequal goals for the purpose of the definition of a covered action, but that you didn't have sufficient information to determine beyond that date. In particular, you needed more information on reoccurring single-year transfers and any potential impacts they might have. We discussed how, knowing that you were going to have to make a decision on that regulation before December 1st, 2016, December 31st, you intended the Delta Plan recommendation WR R15 to help inform you. And finally, we discussed a possible course of action to lead you to that decision point. Well, today we start on that course of action, and I'm bringing you new information on water transfers that we haven't seen before. I've assembled 3 panels for us today to provide you this information. They're going to talk primarily on 2 topics. The first being the progress being made on the Delta Plan recommendation WR R15 to reduce administrative impediments to water transfers, including any information on recurring single-year transfers, specifically those types of transfers that are being used in lieu of multi-year water transfer agreements, if they exist. And the second item we're going to cover today is the longer-term impacts single-year transfers have on the Delta ecosystem, including impacts of single-year transfers that are not subject to the review by DWR, the State Board, or the Bureau of Reclamation. Before we start, I would like to draw your attention to something I missed in the staff report. There is a typo, so to speak. If you look on page 2 of the staff report, the last italicized sentence, it appears that I inadvertently missed a couple of words. The sentence should read, starting on January 1st, 2017, all water transfers, including single-year transfers, if determined to be a covered action, would be subject to the council's authority and would be required to file a certification of consistency with the council. This is an important factor. I want to clarify that the council's jurisdiction is over covered actions and that not all water transfers are automatically considered covered actions. So we have our first panel this morning, and we have representatives of 2 of the most important state agencies when it comes to single-year transfers. We have the State Water Resources Control Board and the Department of Water Resources. These are the 2 agencies that were identified in WR R15. And they're going to give you a briefing on their efforts. We are honored to have Tom Howard, the Executive Director of the State Board, representing the State Water Resource Control Board today. And we are extremely fortunate to have Bill Croyle representing DWR. Bill is one of the Deputy Directors for DWR, and he serves as DWR's representative on the Governor Brown's Interagency Drought Task Force. Both of these gentlemen are extremely busy, so I think it speaks to the importance of what we're doing here today that they have found time in their busy schedules to be here. I also want to acknowledge the staff from these 2 agencies. They have put together a lot of effort in helping me bring this to your attention. I know that these 2 agencies have a lot on their own plate, and staff is probably overworked with this drought, and for them to take additional time and produce some reports for us, one of which is in your agenda today. It's a joint report from DWR and the State Board. I just want to acknowledge that that's a lot of effort, and I'm very appreciative of that. And with that, I'm going to turn it over. I don't know who would like to go first. Mr. Howard?
Kevon, can I ask you to, after they get started, to step back, give Tom a little more room? He's kind of sandwiched in between the nameplates and your right shoulder there.
Oh, I'm fine, thank you. But the principal author of the report in front of you that was developed in coordination with the Water Board is the Department of Water Resources. So they're going to do the presentation on the report, and then I have just a few additional comments to make and be happy to answer questions.
Okay, great. Tom? So Bill, are you going to take the lead on the DWR?
I'll take the lead. Yeah.
Great, thanks.
Thank you.
And welcome.
Thank you, Chairman. Commissioners, my name, again, is Bill Croyle with the California Department of Water Resources. Chief Deputy Director for statewide emergency preparedness and security. And for the last couple of years, it's been drought manager. And in that role, I've held a lot of hats, and looks like we might be putting our flood hat maybe back on. And here in California, which we all welcome. I was in Southern California earlier this week, and it was desperately trying to rain. Although they have had some monsoon weather, but we were trying to coach it farther north. So what I wanted to do here today is really give you kind of a little bit of an overview where we've at. I think I appreciate the comments just made, because there's a number of agencies that have been working together through especially the last couple of years in these difficult, historic dry conditions to really work on doing everything we can to facilitate water transfers and cut some new ground, use some new tools. And I think some of that's been documented in the reports that we've provided you, as well as some of our webpage and etc. We'll talk briefly about that. I think one of the things I'm going to talk through a little bit of history, just to set, I think, that the day to talk a little bit about how far we've come, some of the observations, the basic rules that we all try to follow as we go through this, to making sure that we're doing everything we can to meet the law and at the same time facilitate those necessary and needed water transfers. We want to continue to work through the impediments and raising those, addressing those, and do that in a coordinated and collaborative manner. And certainly the cumulative effects of the water transfers is certainly on all of our screen, and we're working very hard to make sure that doesn't occur. So then lastly, we have some recommendations as we move forward. So first of all, again, we've had some questions from the council, so we're here today to try to, again, further the discussion, the information, the data, and ultimately, the dialogue leading to action on the part of the commission. So again, we're working hard to reduce our procedural and administrative process. I think certainly in this administration, it's extremely important that we're doing everything we can to be as what I call lean and mean and as fast as possible. And I think for better or for worse, water transfers have been around a long time. The drought on a number of different forms has brought agencies, partners, buyers, in this case buyers, sellers, and other stakeholders to the table to really work through some difficult times, but result in, I think in the case of water transfers, some really positive actions. So I think that speaks to some of the hard work that the various agencies have been doing to make sure that we took the direction from the governor very directly. We have the California Water Action Plan, a few more executive orders and proclamations. We have our full undivided attention. Certainly along the way, we want to make sure that we're protecting our water rights, our environmental resources, and making sure that we're not injuring any parties in this process. And certainly as we work through this, and again, I appreciate the dialogue that we've had directly with staff and yourself, Mr. Chairman, as we work through the serial transfer, reoccurring transfer. We work very hard to make sure that doesn't happen. And so I think the data, again, is that we have here in our reports, on our websites, et cetera, I think speaks to that. And then certainly a big part of the message I had received a couple of years ago is that this process needs to be more transparent. And I think that's helpful from a stakeholder standpoint. It's helpful from a collaborative standpoint. And again, I think we've done a number of steps. Are we done? We got more work we're going to do. I think we've recently received some additional resources to ramp that up. And again, we'll talk a little bit more about that. So I got a couple of slides we'll move through here as quick as possible. But like I say, we actually provided 2 reports. And to not get into the details, those reports have an awful lot of detail and discussion I think that are the foundation for my comments today. And one is in July 2015, which I think was good for all of us to go back and look at the history and kind of lay out the lay of the land. And then more importantly lately is what's our current status on transfers? What are those specific things that we've done to work through and making sure along the way we're considering the concerns with the Delta plan. It's interesting as you kind of go in and look at it, it's like, well, how often do we do water transfers? When do they come in play? And so we're looking at about 1/3 to half of the time in hydrologically as we see that we have capacity to actually move water transfers. So the other part of the time we don't. And I would say because of our dry conditions, some of us look at the drought as being, our 4th year of drought. Some of us look at it as an 8 or 9 year drought with one wet year in the middle. And so when you go look at the water transfer dialogue, which is actually laid out in our table 2 on our July report, kind of looks at, well, when are these occurring and how big are they? And so that's been helpful to kind of see this is more, I think, very active market. There's a lot of changes that have occurred to really improve those markets to the extent that those transfers can occur, and there's capacity. Unfortunately, there's an awful lot of capacity within our systems right now. One thing that came out is we're seeing, like on the state water project side, when we drop down below about 50% of the time, then we see the water transfer kind of projects kick in, again, because there's transfer capacity, but also there's a need. There's the business decisions that the agencies can make as a seller and move that water, if they decide to, off to a seller. And so again, that's been interesting as we get in and tease out some of this data. On the CVP side, it's looking about 40%. When you get down into those surface water allocations get that low, then again, you see a more robust water transfer market. 2014 was a banner year. People needed the water. There was a little bit more water in the system. It was, again, 3rd year of a drought. And again, I think the water transfer system, the market, the experience, the education, and some new tools, and also, high level of involvement as necessary from the executive offices of all of our agencies were involved and resulted in over 400,000 acre feet of water being moved where it was really needed. And I'll have a couple brief slides on, kind of where that went. 2015 was a little more difficult. First, reservoirs are down lower. There are some concerns with crop idling because of the water that was in the neighborhood needed to stay there, certainly for the economic benefit of those communities, but really to better manage local resources. And so we saw that as part of the market take place. The other is groundwater. Groundwater is 1/3 of our state's reservoir. With the 2015 and no snowpack, it was tough. And so in one way, groundwater is doing what it needs to do. But also groundwater extraction or groundwater substitution is actually a very small percentage of the overall use of groundwater within this historic time. And so I actually have a slide if there's an interest in talking about that. Next is just kind of a quick slide on just comparison on the last 2 years and kind of focus on the last 2 years, because a lot of the things that we've put in place to really track what we're all doing, make some adjustments, again, more transparency, et cetera, has been really valuable. And so looking at, and I think we've transferred more water faster with those kinds of tools. Not all transfers that were proposed made it, to be clear. We did have some, I'd say new grounds, some, new things that we had to work through, and we all spent a lot of time working on those, but they all didn't make it. Some of those we wanted to continue to work on and to resolve those issues that were out there, but we just need a little bit more time to do it. We couldn't do it in the timelines that were left. Again, we're looking at almost 420,000 acre feet, 25% on the municipal side, the rest going to agriculture in 2014. And again, a little less water in 2015, looking at 300,000 acre feet, about 30% going to municipal, and certainly 70% going to agriculture. And so in the bottom pie chart there, it's just kind of a relative proportion of between the two. Again, those are north-south transfers, but also to the west, because it's not just going all somewhere south. It's a critical tool and asset for those on the west side of the delta. The next slide is kind of a comparison between the 3 different types of transfers, where we have reservoir reoperation, crop idling, and groundwater substitution. Again, as you get into that 4th year of drought, it makes it a little bit tougher on those reservoirs when they have less water. And certainly some of the lessons that we learned in 2014, we need to really manage the water that we had. Certainly as we lost the snowpack, we did not have that, again, that 1/3 of our reservoir capacity up in those mountains. Then we saw the cold water pool issue come up, and was critical that we get on top of managing that. I think again, there's a number of work groups, technical teams, executive offices of a number of agencies work really hard to really look at that issue, and that has affected the ability to do reservoir reoperation during the 2015 period. Again, this is kind of a quick comparison between transfers between the two big projects. And so the 2014, we're looking at 25-30%, and then that kind of flipped around a little bit based on DWR on 2015 was a little bit less on agriculture. And certainly with the zero allocations for a couple of years on the ag side, it's made it very difficult. So for those that could get transferred water, it was critical, especially as we see some land use changes with permanent crops from row crops and things like that. So again, I'm not going to obviously get in, I don't want to get into the nuances of this because I think our report is really details each one of these little steps. But for me, the bottom line on this slide is that there are the protections in place that the State Water Resources Control Board and DWR, and in some cases local agencies via their ordinances, are there to protect, we say the basic rules, but it's the process, the administrative process, the technical process, to make sure that we're doing everything we can so that we as agencies, as we work through this and enter into agreements and orders and approving these transfers, are complying with the law, like no injury. That's an important part. I'll go briefly into some of those things, just highlighting some of the things that we've done or seen, and a little bit about how it's dynamic as we work through this. The economy is a big one. Just a few minutes ago, we heard a little bit about the economy and impact of this drought, and so along the lines, what we've seen is kind of the local interest, especially agriculture, is kind of, we've seen them respond to limited water supplies and how that's factored into the water market itself. I think that's critical. As we get into, I don't want to get too sidetracked on land subsidence, but as we have been spent a lot of time on the drought task force with regional drought task force meetings and now subsidence meetings with our local water districts, primarily in the South Valley, Tulare and San Joaquin Valley, then we've had a really good discussion about what that all means. And I think it's important as we talk about what are those local ordinances can address those local concerns. And I think, again, that's been a tool in the water transfer market process, and I think it will continue to be. I think reducing impediments has been a really a major charge, and a lot of effort's gone into that. I think over the last couple of years, again, I kind of feel like we want to make sure this is transparent process. We've dialogued, we've had focus meetings with buyers and sellers. We've had one-on-one meetings where we go out, if somebody's stressed about a particular action or timing or process, the cost, then we've done some effort to go out and talk one-on-one so you can have a free-flowing conversation. That information's come back. We've made our punch list of those things that, well, what can we do? Again, making sure that between our collective agencies that we are doing everything we can to address those. Some of that's no regrets actions, some of that takes a little bit more homework, and in some cases some more study, and those are the things that we're doing. I think those interviews and that interaction is super important to make sure that we got this thing right, and because I do think using an adaptive management approach in this environment has been helpful, and it has resulted in some new tools and some doors being opened, in my opinion. We've done some simple things like, making sure our templates are consistent, that the body of those don't change. The project descriptions, et cetera, might change a little bit, and the terms might change, but the body of these things need to be kind of set so we can, again, not spend a lot of time with our friendly attorneys making sure we're all good to go on every line. One of the things that we're working on that we haven't done yet, but I think will also be critical, and there's some sensitivity with this, but again, I think it speaks to kind of the transparency process, is online applications. We've done that in some other forums, on the flood side, you put in your annual report, you tell us what you're doing, and then you can also keep track of it yourself, but I think also some of the key stakeholders can look at that as well. And so I think at the moment, we're looking at the first step or a phased approach at those online applications as being another way to really expedite receiving information, but also communicating with the buyers and sellers. Here's exactly where you're at in the process. You know, here's a to-do item, or this box has been checked. And again, I think that will help the communication, and my hope is we can collect that information, of course, electronically and process it much quicker. And I do see, you know, the potential in us to, again, take that step farther into further transparency with where are they, you know, where are those transfers happening, the different mapping tools we now have with georeference database information is critical. And certainly the drought on the other end is really, some of those tools that are being developed have allowed us to really get at some more data and I think more education and a more common understanding of what is or isn't going on out in the field. Dry well tracking is one of the things that's come up as an example, that those tools have been really helpful, and I think those are the kind of tools that we see integrating into this program in the future. The interagency meetings, I think drought started, you know, I think when the governor declared, and the first thing we needed to do is we're really bring all the agencies in. There's lots of different groups that have come together at the direction of the administration or different agencies, and one of which is our interagency water transfer coordination group. And so they're meeting weekly as necessary, bi-weekly. Some of the staff in the room today worked really hard to make sure those meetings happen. They're on point. You know, they're talking details about these water transfers. And I think one of the most important steps is we invited and they participated the resource agencies. Because the concern was, well, they don't know about things until they're already almost done. How can they get involved and be upfront, and especially with our kind of workloads? How do they interact with these groups to make sure that, you know, they are informed, they can make their recommendations, and they can help us facilitate our and if they're concerned, they can wave that flag early, and then we can get in and work with the buyers and sellers to address that concern. So that's been really helpful. And so 2015, that group wasn't as active. There's fewer transfers and a little bit less water to move around. But that is something that we did as part of drought, but I do not see us losing that work group, that interagency collaboration into the future. Again, that's, to me, the drought brought us together, but I don't see the drought as we hopefully get wet here sometime future. I don't see that that entity, that collaborative group stepping away. And I think most importantly is making sure that the fish resource agencies can be there. And, you know, with budgets and workloads, that can be difficult, but I think that's super important. And I think another thing that we've done because of our difficult water times is we've engaged at the highest level of our agencies. So if there's a little sticky wicket or a policy call that we need to make, we've been able to elevate that up through our directors, et cetera, and make that call. If we need to call between agencies, we get that done so we can move those projects forward that we can. So that's been really super and helpful. Again, I talked a little bit about promoting transparency, but again, our agencies have our kind of draft guidelines. We have our white paper. That white paper has been in place since 2002. It's been an important part of each year going back and look at that. What are the new issues? How do we tweak that? What are the things that we need to do to put in, say, technical actions that we need to be monitoring, et cetera, to avoid impacts, avoid injury, and making sure that we're lined up. We've also, and I think part of the administration's mantra during this drought, again, is transparency, is all the web pages need to be current and updated as fast as possible. And I think the State Water Board and DWR did a great job making sure that if anything's coming in, it's posted up so that people can see the things that are moving around and getting done as we move through this. Again, another tool that we will continue to use off into the future. And I think in the future with more robust georeference database information systems, we'll even be able to do that more. Protecting water rights, again, is we treat this very seriously, not just for ourselves, but for others. And I think that goes back to the two agencies and our authorities and responsibilities under the Water Code. But we have 25 years of experience doing this, and so we've learned a lot. The water transfer programs have changed over time, and it's important for us to continue to change because I think one of the benefits in this is the the buyers and sellers are much more sophisticated. They're up on the learning curve. They can reach out to each other. Again, the transparency has helped. Those long-term relationships have really worked well. We think the white paper is key to that for us. Again, we tweaked that and we engage our buyers and sellers, other interested parties to make sure we get those white papers updated on a regular basis. One of the things that we had to do for water transfers is making sure that the stream flow depletion factors are an issue and in play to make sure that both state and federal projects are also protected. And I understand that there's some concerns with that, but on the department, for better or for worse, wears two hats. One of which is we do convey water, and on behalf of those buyers and sellers. The other part is we have responsibility under the water code on 1810 to make sure that we're following that law. And so we have to wear the technical hat, the analysis hat, and make those recommendations, whether it's to our own side or over to the State Water Resources Control Board. And we work really closely with USBR, again, because of the projects certainly crossing the Delta. I mentioned already kind of the making sure that we protect the economic base within those counties, through our water code requirements. But again, an important part of that as well is those local ordinances. And so, some of that, especially if we get into groundwater sustainability efforts here throughout the state, which is an important step. The message is they want local control. I think the administration wants to make sure that they have that local control with a backstop from the state. But again, in this environment, there are those ordinances that help facilitate and protect those local interests. Protecting the environment, again, there's a number of those things that we've been doing to make sure that happens. The State Water Resources Control Board has a role in this. The DWR and USBR have, if we're going to convey the water, we have a role to make sure that we're doing everything we can to protect the environment. CEQA NEPA is required. NEPA is required if you're going to use the federal system. But CEQA is required by the buyers and sellers unless they fall under the 1725. Again, those checks and balances are in play and really necessary. And because of those environmental regulations and policies, there's in our white paper, I think there's other controls that are in there. And some of the things that have come up that I think, again, evolve over time is the garter snake provisions that we have. And so the other thing is the 20% crop island as a limitation. So those are the things that we're trying to make sure. The remnant vegetation is a new one. And so there's laws passed that's now as all part of our white paper in that process. One of the things that comes up is concerned, which I think we're talking more about, is the biological opinions, and that there has been evaluations been done in the past with, based on water transfers or the environment of values that are much higher than we're transferring or what we're seeing now. And I think one of the things that we've learned in my opinion, we've learned in the drought is we've actually seen the coordination, collaboration between some environmental concerns where transfers weren't going to happen because of environmental concerns, and all of a sudden we flip that around and say, well, wait, with a little rescheduling, timing, and close monitoring, then you can actually use the water transfer for the benefit of the environment. I think the first one through the chute that I was pretty pleased. I wasn't directly involved in that, but watching that happen as we're briefing up the governor's office as times are looking tough last March was the East Bay mud in the American River. I mean, to me, that was huge. There was a lot of stress in the American River about steelhead, and all of a sudden with some shifting on timing and stuff, the transfer could happen and benefited the environment. And so now that's occurring. The questions being asked, wherever there's opportunities and certainly where there's stresses, if there's a transfer, the other agencies need to know, and then can we work through the timing and scheduling to make sure that there is multiple benefits. And again, I see that as something that will continue into the future. We need to make sure that's part of, if we can, we need to get those multiple benefits. The cumulative effects has been a concern. I think that's part of the questions that you've asked us to weigh in. Again, to not get into a lot of details, but I think the reports are well written and provide the basis for that. Especially I think if you go back specifically to page 25 on some of these reports, we specifically kind of worked down through that. But again, some of that is, we get into the reoccurring or serial transfers, and I know I think we had a good conversation, and I think it's important for us all to understand what we're talking about. What's our definition? And I think it's healthy to have, what do we all think that definition is? We think that we don't have reoccurring temporary transfers. We think our documentation reflects that, but there's lots of different ways to do that. So if that's the issue that we need to disagree on, then we should sit down and figure that out. And if we need to further define what we think that is or isn't, then we need to do that. We think our white paper and the actions that we take to make sure that those kind of things don't happen works, and we don't think that occurs. But I think that's all part of the collaborative process we have in place, and that transparency we're all working on. If there's a concern, then bring it to the different agencies and groups, and let's work through it. I think some of the new issues on land subsidence, I think we're already dealing with. The USBR has put some avoidance measures and controls in place. So again, in the white paper, we'll be implementing those same controls. And we've seen this year that those controls worked. So through some of the more advanced monitoring, we put some resources into making sure that not only the DWR wells are being monitored, but we paid and funded monitoring of other wells to make sure that we could, if possible, continue those water transfers in a way that we're not affecting concerns with land subsidence. I already talked a little bit about the biological opinions and how that, I think, also helps eliminate or has assessed those cumulative impacts. I think more importantly, 2015 is an example where the economic impact of fouling your land at the local level had to be evaluated by the local market. And I think that happened. We saw some of we heard about projects that wanted to happen, then they would pull back, I think in part because of limited water resources and the need to make sure that those water resources stayed in those regions for the benefit of those agricultural communities, and in some cases for environmental benefit. So to the extent that those water resources were available, again, for multiple benefits. I think, lastly, we have some recommendations. One of which is, I think we want to support the existing transparent process. And if we'd be happy to take any comments or dialogue with regard to how that might be improved. I think, again, our web tools are an amazing way to help flatten the lines of communication and certainly setting expectations for real-time posting. And this is being used in briefing all the way to the governor's office because of the drought. Water transfers are an important part, especially early in the year, on where those needs are and how do we address some of the stresses that are coming in, whether it's from agriculture, the environment, or urban agencies. I think we continue our interagency coordination and collaboration. To me, that's a win. Just like the real-time water operations team sitting in a room every Monday at 4 o'clock has built some strong partnerships. We don't all agree all the time, but it's a healthy discussion and we end up with better decisions. And I think in the case of water transfers and integrating the fish resources into those conversations have been super helpful. I think we can do more on up-to-date posting on cross-delta transfers. And so the department's committed to working with USBR to make sure that, again, we add more transparency on the federal side. Again, that's part of our active dialogue. Those are things we can do and we should do. Additional review, I just want to leave you with one comment, is that we're concerned that getting involved and jumping into the middle of water transfers is going to really cause a delay in some of the efforts we feel that are in place that really do streamline. I want to say that hopefully received in a positive way, but I think the controls are in place, and we certainly think that we're and I don't want to try and speak for the whole group, but I think the dialogue has been very productive in the last couple of years. The buyers and sellers, the other interested stakeholders, and working through those difficult things, we believe that with our existing authorities and responsibilities that we can make this thing work and make sure it works for the Delta. And we certainly will leave it with that and then look to Tom to...
Bill, thank you. It was a great report. Tom, more to say?
Yeah, just a few comments. I guess I'd like to start by assuring you that I really did do my best this morning to try to get a tie on, but I broke my arm a couple of days ago, and I just couldn't make it work. So I just wanted to say a few things about efficient administrative processes, recurring transfers, and then groundwater substitution transfers. First, on the efficiency of administration of these things, my board has been telling me for years that we need to make sure that the water transfers are a high priority, and so we have been trying to do that as effectively as we can. To give you just an idea of how long it takes us to do transfers from the day they get in until the day they exit or they're issued. In 2013, it took an average of 60 days to do a transfer, but 30 of those days are required by statute for noticing and so that folks have a chance to file protests. In an executive order in 2014, that time frame was reduced to 15 days, and so our processing time dropped to 30 days in 2014. And then 30 days again, average in 2015. We can. I find it hard to believe that we can get it out the door much faster. I always believe you can do better, but I think we're nibbling around the edges now. You might be able to knock a day or two off, but we're really about as efficient, I think, administratively as we can be, and that's because the minute it arrives, it's a high priority, and we assign people to do it, and they get to work on it, so to get it done. But the other reason that we can afford to make it such a high priority is that, unlike I think what a lot of people might perceive, we do very few transfers. In 2015, we've done 6 this year so far that we've been requested to do, and we have 3 pending. So I anticipate by the end of the year we'll have processed 9 transfer requests. And in 2014, the whole year, we processed 10 transfer requests. And so it's just not, because of the fact that we only process post-1914 transfers, and only then if they're not in the same place of use, then we just don't get that many that apply to us. Now, I'm told anecdotally that in the state there are hundreds or thousands of transfers that occur, depending on how you define exactly a transfer. But the Water Board is obviously a relatively small player, at least in the number of transfers. In terms of the amount of water, there are about 400,000 both years. So that is a substantial amount of water. Regarding the issue of recurring transfers, we do take a look at that, and we certainly try to discourage folks from recurring transfers. And I agree with what's in the report that, if you look at the details of each transfer, it doesn't appear as though there are what people would refer to as recurring transfers. But this is purely definitional in my perspective. I mean, obviously there are some parties who are in the market to sell water, and they are interested in selling it every year or most every year. And there are some parties who are in the market to buy water, and they're interested in it most years. And so, one could say that those constitute recurring transfers, and that perhaps additional scrutiny should be placed on those type of things. And at the moment, we're not doing that because we are processing them with the concept of if the transfer is, even if it's within the same irrigation district, if it's different lands, if it's different buyers and sellers within the different districts, that we treat it as a single year 1725 transfer, which is then CEQA exempt. But people can disagree about that issue. The last thing I'd want to talk about is groundwater substitution transfers. I think we need to do some more work on this issue. I have a hard time understanding quite how the stream depletion factors were established, and I think that there is ongoing work associated with them. I mean, right now there's a stream flow depletion factor of 12 to 13%. But I keep advising people to read USGS publication number 1376, and the basic thesis of that USGS publication is that groundwater pumping is just another way to divert surface water. it's just another method of diversion of surface water that essentially, except in very limited circumstances, any groundwater pumping eventually becomes a depletion upon the nearest surface water body. Of course, it's highly attenuated and can take many years, depending on distance and conductivity, to actually hit the surface water body. But, obviously there are cumulative effects, therefore, that we need to be concerned about. And I saw that the Nature Conservancy is coming up later, and in fact, I have heard their presentation before, and I think they do a very good job illustrating that very point. So, basically, by allowing transfers associated with groundwater substitution, we're taking water from from future surface water flows, and we are using the water now. And in the long term, what's the effect that has on fish and wildlife and on legal users of water, we don't really have a good handle on. Of course, while I can say that about transfers, the reality is that there's so much groundwater pumping going on that the transfers are actually a very small part of that. And I don't know, Bill, did you have a slide on that? You had mentioned that you had put something together.
Yeah, it's actually on the last slide of, I don't know if we can pull the presentation up again. Yes. Maybe it's not on the last slide. There we go.
So as you can see, there's a lot of groundwater pumping, and those little blue spots at the top are what are associated with transfers. And so all of that groundwater pumping is putting a subsequent depletion onto surface waters at some future date. And so we obviously it's the overall groundwater pumping and its effect on surface water that needs to be considered, but clearly the additional amount is not all that significant in the bigger scheme of things. I kind of view the SGMA and the the Groundwater Basin Sustainable Groundwater Management Act as being perhaps the correct forum to address the overall issue of of surface water depletions associated with groundwater, But anyway, it is something that I think we need to do a little more work on in transfers. And those were the only comments I had for right now, and happy to answer any questions you might have.
Great. Thank you both. I just want to give the chairman's perspective. Phil and Patrick and I were present 3 years ago or more when this issue came up about the use of our covered action authority as it relates to annual transfers. And we received conflicting information. There was a consensus that transfers could be accelerated and dealt with in a more expedient manner. That seemed to be reemphasized when the governor executed his executive order a couple of years ago. But we didn't have enough of a record to make a decision on whether covered actions should be applied to annual transfers. And so now we are revisiting that. And the report that we have received, and it's in the packet, that State Water Resources Control Board and DWR prepared were in direct response to the questions that our staff presented them. The questions that arose 2 or 3 years ago when we were debating this issue or considering it and didn't have adequate information. So based on that, I want to compliment Jerry and Bill and Tom for the very clear and concise and informative report that you have provided in response to the questions that that we have been sitting on for some time. So with that, and my perspective, I just want to proceed now to questions if anyone has any. Phil?
I want to join in on that. This is a terrific report. Jerry, you had the drafting responsibility, I assume, for much of it. But this is the kind of stuff that offers a basic understanding even to people not experts in this field. But more importantly, the drought has kind of pushed all the agencies together. It's, interagency cooperation is wonderful, but the drought has been a focusing factor. A couple of things that I'd like to suggest for your consideration. I think ultimately, and maybe shorter than, or closer in time than you actually expect, there's going to be a legislative move to expedite the processing of short-term water transfers even further. I think the way you're headed will support that kind of passage of that legislation if a couple of things occur. One, the standardization of information between agency websites. And here I think there are three agencies that arguably have an involvement: DWR, the Water Board, of course, and also Fish and Wildlife. Because, Bill, your comments about the interagency committee you've got going would be strengthened if each of the agency websites used almost similar information and formats of presentation. Because, you know, all of us get in the habit, we go to our favorite website as opposed to all of them, and even the changes. And Tom, one of the things I've talked, I think we've talked about it before, but I know I've talked about it to Felicia. I don't think the legal format on the report you do gives adequate credit for the environmental adjustments that are made in change petitions and all of that kind of stuff. This format of discussion, 4 legal elements required, may well be the best way to tell the story about what you do so that it can be more easily understood in a short time frame. And that to me is the secret of transparency, is where people are using the same information so everybody in the world, even reporters, can grab it somewhere, look at it, almost understand the details, and we come together and work things out. Second thing is, I would urge your consideration of a formal memorandum of agreement between the state agencies on this subject. I think that maybe it's not an MOA, maybe it's a different discussion, but there is something that survives over time with a memorialization that comes with agreement on standard formats, on frequencies of meetings, on definitions, whatever it is you're doing. And that would also mean that if we get into a couple of wet years, we don't just put everything on the back burner and forget it until the next time a dry year comes around when we're scraping to put it together. I think the memorialization of what you do would be important. I was struck, Bill, with your comments about the calculations on when these transfers happen, March of each year, which is understandable because these are private parties negotiating their preferences. But that means that there isn't much time, expedited or not expedited, there isn't much time to do before the transfers have to occur. I want to reinforce, Tom pointed out something. I think there are 2 concerns that you ought to try to address in further detail. One is the interaction of transfers and groundwater use, both for sellers and buyers, and what the implications are for state water policy. I understand the practicality of having a 2040 deadline for sustainable groundwater management, but that the statute does not give a get-out-of-jail card free to everyone who does anything what they want to do prior to 2040. And this is a very minor part of that puzzle, but not an unfair way to try to think through what needs to be done so that these transfers are not simply, as Tom suggested, a maintenance of an artificial status quo by indirectly closing our eyes on continued excessive groundwater pumping that then complicates our life seriously down the line. And the next thing is, it does tie to water conservation, now mandated by the governor, but whether the drought ends and the mandate disappears or not, I know of no state agency that doesn't say sustained, ongoing, permanent water conservation is a necessary element. Those are the 2 remaining issues. Bill, I think your point on transparency is far more important than I would have given it credit for 2 years ago, and I think is spot on. So, gentlemen, I'm impressed and urge you to push it over the institutional line to formalize what you're doing between agencies.
Other comments, questions? Susan? And then Mary?
I want to echo what Phil just said about this excellent report and also on your white papers. I think that's really a very useful vehicle for learning and airing the issues. And I have to say that the department and the board, water transfers have come a really long way since the first drought water bank and the chaos that occurred at that time. So congratulations, this is terrific. And on the point of transparency and determining whether or not one-year recurring transfers have a cumulative effect, I think it would be very useful, along the lines of what Phil was saying, if we could see on these websites when you explain to us, for example, the 2% of water transfers, the magnitude, the amounts of water, perhaps where they came from, and the impacts. It would be great if the public could see statistics on stream flow depletions, effects from the originating, from the source of the transfer, the benefits and impacts due to the transfer, etc. I think that would be a terrific service, especially for those of us that get a little nervous when we talk about expediting in light of public trust resources. And then along the lines of what Phil said, memorializing how, in fact, the environment was benefited by this expedited transfer, just so we can get a feel for the net effects. In the end, what were the amounts transferred? What were the impacts? Where were the impacts? What were the benefits? Overall, is this helping us achieve the coequal goals or not?
Mary?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the panel for joining us today and for the information. What I'm hearing is that the processes are working well, so I want to drill down a more specific question to you. Is it enough, are there existing enough checks and balances to protect the Delta, its environment, and water rights? So the process may be working well, may be efficient, there may be some recent streamlining, but is it enough to protect the Delta itself and its environment? And I'd like maybe some comment to that most specifically from Bill and Tom.
Start. Well, with respect to protecting water rights, again, I would say that I have some concerns about groundwater substitution issues and their impact on water rights in the long term and on fish and wildlife in the long term. And I do think there's work that needs to be done to answer that question. Setting that aside, to a great extent, when we look at one of these transfers, we often find, we take a look each time, but often, we don't see any concerns so much about upstream areas because generally there's more flow in the river, and while you could question when is the right time for that flow, it isn't really detrimental with respect to fish and wildlife or legal uses of water. Really, the concern is in the Delta, and so then the question becomes, how do you protect Delta resources? And, right now, or the way the Water Board has been looking at it is, well, if you're meeting all your Delta objectives, then that's what the Water Board, at least at one time, considered adequate to protect public trust resources. But, I do think that we need to take another look at that, and we're in the process of taking another look at that, because clearly the existing standard, there have been, a lot of issues associated with the existing standards potentially. And also, when we did the modeling for a lot of the development of a lot of these standards, this was back 20 years ago, we didn't throw a lot of transfers in. So here we are throwing in, 500, 600, 700,000 acre feet of transfers or more, in a period that's from over a 4-month period. And so as we work to update the Bay Delta plan, we will be assuming a large transfer load into the system as well, beyond just operation of the projects and how they move water. Obviously, we'll have a record then of what these things are and be able to look at this more systematically. But we are not really looking at it systematically at this point. It's not really something we have the capacity to do, but it is something that we are certainly gearing up and starting to work on.
Do you see, Tom, a role for the Stewardship Council in that need or that effort? Is there something we could or should be doing?
Well, I honestly kind of defer to you and to your colleagues as to what they think, what direction they might feel they would like to give to the Water Board. But off the top of my head right now, saying what I would suggest, it would be, that's a little dangerous off the top of my head to start opining on things like that.
All right, thank you. And then I'm not sure, maybe Bill, Tom, which of you may want to answer this, but in item, let's see, I'm page 9 of our report here, and I'll just read it, that in addition, well, let me back up. Can't read through the microphone here. It's under C, the transfer must not unreasonably affect the overall economy or the environment of the county from which the water is transferred. My question is, when we talk about the environment of the county, as a county supervisor, I'm trying to understand, is that a whole of the whole of the county that would be negatively affected, or is it a portion of the county? Are we looking at 100%, or are we looking at portions possibly as a negative effect?
If I could, I might address that.
Sure, Jerry.
I'm Jerry Johns. The way the water code is written, it talks about the overall county.
Lift your microphone up. There you go.
Okay, how's that?
Much better.
Okay. It talks about the overall economy of the county and the environment of the county. So classically, it's looked at as a whole.
It'd be in a larger context.
Right. And so when we did the environmental water account, for example, several years ago, we looked at this issue specifically in terms of the economic impacts. And I think our report talks about the fact that we had an economist go out there and look at the county's economy from land idling type transfers, crop idling type transfers. And what they found was that if it kept within 20% or so, then the classic fluctuations of the economy of the county wasn't affected. So that's how that 20% number kind of came out. Mm-hmm. And then subsequently, the legislature has passed laws around that same number. So it is kind of a countywide mm-hmm. assessment, not an individual person assessment type thing.
Or community.
Yeah, right.
Or city, okay.
And if I could address your question really briefly
Sure.
on the Delta issues. There are two major issues in the Delta when it comes to water transfers. One is water quality, mm-hmm. and the other one would be biological resource impacts. In terms of water quality, there is what they call a carriage water requirement that's assessed that as you increase pumping to move this water south of the Delta, it tends to draw salt water into the Delta. That's kind of the way the system works. And each year there's an assessment to make sure that doesn't happen. So a portion of every transfer, last year was 20%, this year it may be 30%, of the water that moves into the Delta has to go out the Delta to repulse that seawater to maintain the water quality aspect. So that's done each year, and that's reevaluated in the fall on a real-time basis to correct up each year. The other part of it is the biological impacts, and those were specifically addressed in the biological opinions. When those consultations took place in the mid-90s, we actually included 600 to 800,000 acre feet of water transfers in our analysis, and the fish agencies evaluated that when they developed the biological opinions. And that's why we have this water transfer window now that restricts transfers only to the July through September period, when basically the fish that are at risk are simply not there in the system in any substantial numbers. And that has had the effect on transfers, because transfers become more, there's a crop idling transfers want to get moved in April and May. Those don't happen now. You have to either back the water up or just take a loss in terms of when that water is developed. So it has had a chilling effect on water transfers, but the fish agencies felt that this window that they've developed would be a way to protect the resources. So that has been evaluated. And in addition, the Bureau, when they did their EIR recently on long-term water transfers, they also evaluated these impacts and came to the conclusion that there wouldn't be significant impacts. So I think it has been evaluated in a pretty robust fashion.
And we're doing enough? That's, I guess, the fundamental question, are we doing enough?
In my opinion, yes. We're talking about a summertime period that classically has had a lot of water movement across the delta. And in dry periods, this year, for example, even with the transfers, our exports are extremely low. In average years, we're pumping a lot in the summertime. So in terms of volume of water moving across the delta, it's actually less during these dry years when water transfers that are occurring than there are in average years or more normal years. And we've developed standards at the Water Board to help protect fish during those periods as well. So in my opinion, I think it is being addressed as well as it can be now.
Well, I wanted to recognize the cooperation, the collaboration, no matter what the drivers behind it were. I think we all know what they are, but it's a tremendous effort and success. We're seeing it with the aquatic invasive weed issue that we're working on, and together we can really accomplish so much more through that, not only the transparency, but the rolling up of the sleeves and the work. And I know we have more panelists, Mr. Chairman, but I still think the net and cumulative effects of these water transfers should be a concern of the Stewardship Council. I think we just need to identify how we address it, or if the Delta Plan is the appropriate place. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, Bill, Tom, Jerry? Nope, we have a question. Judge?
The report notes for groundwater substitution transfers that require State Water Board approval, the board's practice, like DWR's, is to impose stream flow depletion factor, generally as determined by DWR and USBR staff, as a condition of approval. Well, what exactly does that mean when you say a condition of approval, looking at the in-stream factor versus the depletion? How do you measure that factor?
Okay, this is going to get a little geeky, and I apologize for that, but you can't measure stream flow depletion, unfortunately. It's something you have to do mathematically, because it's basically an effect that groundwater has on surface water, and that's the best way to handle that is through mathematical modeling. And the Bureau recently in their EIR that they did, they looked at this factor based on the current groundwater models we have, and they're not great, to be perfectly frank. They're as good as we've got today, and we're in the process right now of improving the DWR's groundwater model to get a better handle on this. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. But the models would indicate, in their modeling, what they found was a minimum stream flow depletion factor of 13%. And that's based on the fact that a couple of things to go on here. One is, Tom's probably right. You divert groundwater in the Sacramento Valley, it's going to have an effect on stream flow over time. And the effects diminish over time, perhaps years and decades in some cases. But if you look at the Delta, the system as a whole, we're only in balance conditions where it really has a water supply effect about half the time. The other half of the time, we're out of balance. I mean, there's more water in the system than the cumulative projects in the Sacramento Valley can make use of, and water runs out the Delta beyond the current set of standards. In those times, those stream flow effects really don't affect anybody because there's lots of water going out the system. Flood years, for example. In most winters, we have more water in the system than we need. So while it has a stream flow effect, it doesn't really have a water supply effect. And so that has to be taken into consideration. So on average, about half the time, those stream flow effects don't occur in terms of water supply effect. And then it gets a little more complicated. So we're in the process now of updating the DWR's groundwater model. We've organized a management group of stakeholders to help advise us in that process to get a better handle on stream flow depletion factors. And in areas where we know that there are concerns, we do a case-by-case analysis. And last year, for example, in one area, we actually upped their percentage for them specifically because of the interplay it has between what the models were indicating between and the data from the modeling, the monitoring stations that were in place, indicating it was having a bigger effect than the average of 13 or the minimum of 13%. So it was actually raised, I think, 24% for this year. So it is something that's an active consideration by both projects. And if you stand back from it a bit, the people who are impacted by this or the water projects, the Bureau and the department, because those two agencies have to meet delta outflow standards. If pumping groundwater has an effect on stream flow, that means more water needs to be released from reservoirs to make that up. And so the people who are impacted by it are the two water projects. So both the Bureau and the department have a big stake in this in terms of making sure these impacts are mitigated, because the rule says no injury to legal users, and certainly the two projects are legal users. So it's an active debate that's going on currently technically, and we're trying to get input to help guide that.
So this is really a work in progress in this sense.
Yes, yes, the modeling.
We don't really have the information.
We have the Bureau's study that they were done based on the models that they had at the time that they did their EIR, and they indicated, like I said, a minimum of 13%, and that's what's been assessed this year. And then this new modeling work that actually Bill helped fund with money from the drought stuff, thank you very much, Bill, is ongoing now, and it probably won't be done for another year or so. But
let's assume the worst happens and we get another year of drought. I mean, you've got to accelerate this modeling and understanding this factor significantly. I mean, time's against you if we continue the drought, right?
Yeah, and the water projects understand that, because they're potentially being affected by these transfers in ways that maybe they shouldn't be affected, and we need to get a better handle on that.
But the other interesting thing about it is that the stream flow depletion factor provides a credit this year for an impact that's going to occur over multiple years. And so it's, I don't know, it's a little bit of a curiosity. And while it is true that most of the time it's the department and the Bureau that are affected, you know, it is possible there could be local impacts as well, depending on where exactly this groundwater pumping is occurring.
We actually had some folks come out at our last joint meeting of our guidance group from Colorado that came out and talked about how they're addressing stream flow depletion factors, and they're looking at the multiple year effects, and it's something we need to put our heads around. But we're looking for guidance from outside the state of California, particularly and USGS, to help guide how we might handle these impacts as we learn more about what they are and how they affect the projects and other water users.
Okay. Others? Then Jerry, Bill, Tom, thank you very much for this very informative panel. For those of you that wish to make public comment, we'll hold off until we have heard from all three of our panels today, and then we'll take public comment on this file item. I'd like to take a 5-minute recess now and let Kevan put together his next panel. We'll reconvene in 5 minutes.
5 minutes. We have highly talented and informed and intellectual presenters, and we wanted to make sure that you were ready to go, Mr. Herbold. Thank you very much. The chair had to leave. I will preside in his absence. Let me just give you a note on schedule. We will take a lunch break, but our effort's going to be to get through this panel and the one to follow on the short-term water transfer related questions. Then we'll break, and Mr. Cosio was set to go at 1 o'clock according to our schedule, and hopefully we can keep that time frame as much as possible. Ms. Pearson, anything I missed on that? Okay, so that'll be the anticipated schedule. Mr. Sampson.
Thank you. So we do have 2 more panels. So I think as successful as that first panel was, I think it's very important that we hear these next 2 panels as well. The second panel is going to provide an environmental perspective. This will be the panel that we can learn what type of impacts may occur in the Delta as a result of water transfers. Unfortunately, we lost one of our panel members.
You mean you lost him in the building somewhere?
Actually, I don't know what happened to him. Mr. Michael Jackson had requested during comment period in July to be part of this panel, and we had agreed that he would be. Unfortunately, I haven't heard from him, and he doesn't seem to be here today. So I think there will be the information he had to present will be missed, but we will carry on. So moving right along, I have 2 fantastic speakers here today. Dr. Bruce Herbold He is a retired fish biologist from EPA, and his career includes 35 years of water management and water quality as they affect endangered species, salmonids, sport fish in the Delta. And I've asked him to be here today, and he filled in for us on short notice. And he can speak from the fish perspective about what kind of impacts water transfers have on the fish in the Delta. Next to him is Sandy Matsumoto. She's from the Nature Conservancy. She's an Associate Director of Integrated Water Management. Her focus of study is leading multidisciplinary teams to ensure that California operates its surface and groundwater storage and conveyance system collectively and proactively to meet the needs of nature as it delivers water for the communities, industry, and agriculture. And she'll bring a unique perspective, as Mr. Howard teed that one up. The Nature Conservancy has been looking at the issue of groundwater depletion and how that leads to changes to in-stream flows. I think the Nature Conservancy also has concerns with terrestrial species, and we'll probably hear from that as well. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Herbold, who will start the second panel.
Good, thank you.
I'm not a retired fish biologist, I'm still a fish biologist. Good morning. Pleasure to be here. Is the microphone on? Good morning. It is still a pleasure to be here. As Keith Richards says, it's good to be anywhere. And I'm not wearing a tie, because if you wear a tie, you lose all biological credibility, so I wanted to maximize that, and I admire the biological credibility of the chair, so that's brothers in arms.
We aim to please, Mr. Herbold.
Okay. And I also wanted to augment the lead scientist's report just because I think it's important, and because I'm the fish biologist on the panel, I will. At the start of the salmon workshop last week, was started off by recognizing the loss of Zeke Grader, who was an amazing voice for fish. He was a commercial fisherman and took an interest in everything that affected fish from the ocean up to Shasta Dam. He will be sorely missed, and I just don't want his passing to go unnoticed. So anyway. And also, DWR's presentation was delightful. Music to my ears. I just would like to bring out some of the points there because they relate to what I would like to say, that they had developed some long-term relationships, that they had developed ways for transfers to benefit the environment, and that they thought that where there were transfers, bringing in other agencies, they were specifically mentioning Department of Fish and Wildlife, was a way to achieve those biological benefits, and I want to build on that platform. I think it was very good, and I think it relates to your task. But to start, I'd like to look at the history of California's water availability and put it up there as the first slide. And there's a long-standing effort to try to predict from the past what the future is going to look like, and no one has. But I do think there are some patterns that are worth noting. One of those things to note is a lot of us were born in the middle of what were the good old days. 40 years of wet years in a row. I was born in 1953. That's right in the middle of that, between the Dust Bowl drought and the 76-77 drought. So my parents and I expected things to be like that. A lot of us still do, despite the evidence of the right-hand side of the graph. Looking at that more closely, though, where did the yellow lines happen? Where did the critical years occur? And they almost never occur alone. They're either followed by another critical year or by a dry year. And when I started working in here, it was explained to me that droughts cannot happen in 1 year. It takes 2 years to be a drought. And I've come to understand that backwards, that a critical year signals the start of a drought, and it's almost always at least 2 years and often longer. There's that one critical year in 93, which wasn't followed by a wet year, but that was really, I think, an 8-year drought that we happened to have a couple of good storms in the year before that. So we are at the mercy of occasional movements, and we lucked out there. So we had a 6-year drought with a pause before the 8th year came in. And as DWR's presentation pointed out, you could look at the most recent drought, again, as an 8-year drought with a happy intermission. And I think that that's a healthy way to look at it. The idea that those of us who look at the good old days carry into this that droughts are a surprise is now a source of amazement to me, because we have enough history to look at and say, if we get a critical year, there's going to be another one, or a dry year afterwards. A drought has begun. And since we rely on snowmelt, we can know that in the March of that year. It doesn't take 2 years of history to inform us that we are in a drought. Our history informs us that if we don't have snow by March, we should take issue. And we don't, I think, need to take efforts to make things go more quickly. We need to be more anticipatory. And that falls into lots of agencies, including yours, but that's where I'd like to go. So that's my main point, is single-year transfers are an emergency response to something which we can anticipate, and therefore an emergency reaction to them, and everything we have done to make them go more quickly is not necessary, and is in fact counter to, I think, wise use of all the resources. So, moving on to the second slide, fish. Well, actually not fish yet. Next slide. Well, this is the beast. Up. There, okay. And so this is looking at how our wet years and dry years are different. Our wet years are all different. They are like unhappy families. Our dry years are all the same. They are like happy families. Does everybody know that reference? Yes. Okay, good. So we have something like 83, where it started raining in October and kept on raining through May. We have something like 86, where it rained in February and was pretty much a critically dry year the rest of that. Those are all dumped into being wet years. They all present very different environments to the fish. Dry years are all the same. And the way they're the same is that fish follow salinity. And so we have a suite of fish in the upper estuary that hang out in low salinity areas, and wherever that low salinity area is, they go to it. We have a whole bunch of other fish, more marine, that follow higher salinities and can move up in the estuary when those salinities move upstream also. But the issue is so that those fish that live in the upper estuary, and there's a lot of work going on to restore tidal marshes, tidal wetlands to the delta, because we took away all of them. And this is a good thing, and I really support it. What we have right now are tidal marshes with shallow embayments next to them down in Suisun. And so if the salinities are appropriate down there, then that's great habitat for them. But when those appropriate salinities move out of those physical areas, they get up into deep, dark channels of the delta, where they're exposed to a variety of stressors, where their food is in the dark, and many of them are visual predators, so they can't see their food most of the time, where the water is clearer, so that large predators can find them more easily. It's just not a good place to be a fish. So these times, when outflows are low, cause salinities to move upstream and put the fish at what we have created as a very risky situation for them to be in. Our response for humans to droughts is different. This is the increasing exports out of the delta from the start of the State Water Project and Central Valley Project. The important thing is to look at what do we do in droughts. And what we do in droughts is the first year of the drought, and we know it's a drought because it's critically dry, demand goes up and we take all the water out of the reservoirs. And then we have the second year of the drought, and classically, 76, 77, this is where we lost the winter run salmon. We drained Shasta because it was the first critical year in 40 years. We couldn't possibly have another critical year after that, and we had the driest year on record. And it's actually still the driest year on record. And that eliminated all of the warm, cool water pool from Shasta. So the winter run came up. They had been hundreds of thousands of winter run fish still surviving and spawning below Keswick Dam, and then they all cooked in 77. So that response, if we had taken half the water out of Shasta and kept some in the piggy bank for the next year, and droughts come in at least 2 years, that would seem to be a reasonable thing to do. We keep on not doing that. We had that lovely semi-8-year drought of the late 80s into the 90s, where it was a drought, and we could still move a lot of water, but then we did run out. But recent ones, we still we respond to the immediate demand with little trying to hold stuff over for the future. And I think single-year water transfers are another tool like that, where we respond to an immediate demand and don't think about, well, what are we going to do next year? So, summarizing my thoughts on water transfer impacts, as DWR explained, in normal, there is no such thing as a normal year. In non-drought years, the agencies are busy moving water that they own. So there aren't water transfers. So water transfer impacts are going to only occur when the fish populations are stressed already by drought. They are upstream, they're less dispersed, they don't have the resources at their call to do well. So we're hitting them when they're down. At those times, they're closer to the Delta facilities, and so increases in pumping from the facilities are likely. Just as it draws salt water, as DWR described, they are also more likely to draw fish up into the Delta, and just as it would decrease water quality, which we can mitigate for, we can increase the mortality of fish, which we can't mitigate for. So they're risky. Some of them involve no change in operations, and Contra Costa Water District has made a cottage industry of figuring out how to do water transfers that don't actually change operations in the Delta, and I admire a number of those. But a lot of them do affect upstream flow patterns and upstream storage and groundwater depletion and the rest of all that stuff, which DWR covered nicely. But those flow patterns, as we saw in 2014, can end up stranding a lot of young salmon, cooking the eggs, having fish spawn in areas which are perfectly fine to spawn until the water in the dam is used up and they need to close those gates, and then we strand all those reds. So we had massive mortalities in 2014, which were then addressed a bit in 2015 by taking water out of other reservoirs to meet the needs and stockpiling water back up into Shasta as much as we could. We're still looking to see how well that worked, but it was a noble effort. So my recommendations on single-year transfers is don't do them. They are an emergency reaction to an anticipable, what's the word? Anticipatable problem. And DWR has already identified that they've developed a working group, that they've developed long-term relationships, that those long-term relationships allowed them to bring in biological needs and shuffle transfers around in such a fashion that they either minimize their impacts or actually provided environmental benefits. Yay, yay, yay. So if somebody comes to the board or other agencies proposing a transfer, I would say, off the top of my head, that's at least a 2-year issue. You can do half of it this year and half of it the next year so that we have some water next year when the water is likely to be more valuable. If it all gets wet, okay, fine. There's ways we can hedge those bets. But trying to lengthen our response to drought will also reduce those impacts in each of the drought years. We'll have more water in the storage upstream. We will have less stream flow modifications. And we'll have less exports out of the Delta in each year. And the slower those go, the lower their impacts go. So 2 small impacts are much better than 1 medium impact in 1 year, I think. And DWR has already started looking at this. Contra Costa has done this sort of thing of a kidney transplant model for water transfers, where these people need it at this time, and these people need it at this location, and these other people need something at some other time or location, and you can start doing a series. And they have they have a team now. They already have the desire to work with the fish agencies. Fish agencies can say, in a given year, we need to back water up behind a given reservoir because the steelhead are coming back below it this year or whatever. They can set those priorities, and we have tools then to make water transfers that allow water to be held back in those reservoirs and stretch out those transfers over more than 1 year. So those are all things I think we can do. I don't think it will require some smart people. DWR is filled with smart engineers, and an optimization problem is an engineer's dream. So we can do this. And if it goes through that process, I think you guys could sign off on it because it would then come, having met the environmental agency's needs, yes or no, and whether water transfers were successfully being pursued or not, yes or no. You have two questions. They give you answers, and that review is very simple. But I think the implications could be very beneficial. Thank you.
Ms. Matsumoto, what's the Nature Conservancy say about all this?
Okay. Great. So hi, everyone. I'm Sandy Matsumoto. I'm Associate Director of California's Water Program here in California and for the Nature Conservancy. And I wanted to thank you all for having us here today to share our study and wanted to also acknowledge that my colleague, our Director of External Affairs, Jay Ziegler, has had an ongoing dialogue with a number of you on this topic, and we'd like to, thank you for that and continue the dialogue following this today. Wanted to just start with our mission, just so everyone knows sort of where we're coming from. Our mission is to conserve the lands and waters on which all life depends. So in pursuit of this mission in California, the Conservancy's invested over 2 decades of work on the Sacramento River and in the Delta. We're a pretty significant landowner in the Delta. And all of this is because we believe that there are better ways to manage the system to benefit ecological resources. And we're trying to improve both the health and function of the river and the Delta ecosystems. So that's kind of our perspective is both as kind of a global conservation organization that cares about delivering water for people and nature, but also doing so very specifically in the systems here in California along the river and in the Delta. So just kind of to throw away the punchline, I think for us, generally speaking, we believe that transfers are an important tool in the water management system here in California. And as a tool, like all good tools, tools have a time and a place and a specific use. And so it matters a lot about what the details are related to the transfer. And as we look at those details, we should really be examining the details and thinking about them in the context of the best available science. And as I'll explain today, I think some of that science is available today, and we still have a lot of work to do to build that science and to more adaptively and make better decisions in the future that are better informed and connected to each other across years. So the ecological impacts that I wanted to mention here today include fish, feathers, and flows. And I think my colleague covered the fish issues in the Delta very nicely, and so I'm going to focus my talk today on the latter two pieces of this. So related to the Pacific Flyway, which has the Heart of Pacific Flyway wintering grounds here in Central California in the Central Valley, and then also the impacts to flows related to groundwater substitution transfers. So I thought it might be helpful for us to just remember what the valley and delta used to be. So historically speaking, we had over 4 million acres of seasonally flooded wetlands. It was this incredible mosaic that, you hear the historic accounts of, the bird densities being so great that it darkened the sky as they flew over in clouds. You hear accounts of people who complained because they couldn't sleep in the valley because the birds were squawking so much. So there's these densities and abundance and this amazing natural phenomena that was related both to our salmon and to our migratory bird species. Fortunately, while much of our habitat has declined, in fact, we've lost over 90% of our historic extent of wetlands, we've managed to hang on to these incredible phenomena, these great migrations. A large way that we've done that, really, is that the birds and the fish have adapted to the new environment. And focusing more on kind of what the migratory birds are doing. So for those who haven't looked out the window during the winter here in the Sacramento Valley, we are home to this amazing, the flyway coming in every winter. So we start seeing them coming in. I had a big gaggle of geese come over my house this morning. And they come in every winter, and there's millions of them. And we have, in fact, some of the largest concentrations of waterfowl in all of North America. So we're globally significant, place for these birds. And they're managing to survive despite the fact that we've lost a lot of wetlands. So how are they doing that? Well, over the years, our public dollars have invested in this incredible system of wildlife refuges, state and federal. And these refuges are scattered across the Central Valley. And in addition, a lot of what the birds are using today actually are agricultural lands that are compatibly managed to benefit these species. So it's this complicated combination that we see both within the Delta as well as in the rest of the Central Valley of compatibly managed agricultural land as well as the refuges, which are kind of the backbone of the habitat. So what happens when we have less water in these places? And I think what's important here is as we think about transfers, there are impacts at place where the water comes from, and that the context at that place matters. And it's not just, taking a certain amount of water and fallowing acreage in a certain area. There's a context around that. Number one, I've already covered, the context is 90% of the wetland habitat is already gone. So we're working with very small fractions that are incredibly important. As was mentioned earlier, these transfers tend to happen when it's already dry. And so if you're thinking about the context of a place like the Sacramento Valley, where a lot of this water is coming from, there's already fallowing going on. The water restrictions also impact the refuges. I mean, in a good year, the refuges are not getting their mandated levels of water. So you imagine in a drought year, they're getting hit again. And the way that I think about the impacts to migratory birds is kind of death by 1,000 cuts. So they're getting cut, the refuge water is getting cut, so there's limited habitat availability there. There's limited compatible agricultural lands, which limits the food availability and habitat. That further limits the amount of winter flooded habitat that's available. So the impact of all of this is that migratory birds suffer. They suffer in terms of space. So less habitat available, they crowd into smaller and smaller patches of habitat, which can enable a lot of transmission of disease faster and more readily and result in mortalities. We also see things that just compromise their general body health. And if you imagine, if you're a marathon runner, right? As you're building up to the marathon, you're eating and you're trying to be in shape because you know you've got this big race coming. So these birds are going to travel thousands of miles as they depart the Central Valley, and they need to bulk up. So that's their job here when they're wintering in the Central Valley, is to bulk up. If there's less food available, they can't do that. And that affects their ability to survive that return migration, and also can affect their ability to reproduce once they're back in their summering grounds. So the overall impact of all of these things is a decline in bird populations. And we're fortunate at this point to some degree that many of these bird species are not listed, but we have a huge responsibility to the overall flyway, and the implications of having more listed species in terms of birds and trying to manage the bird needs with the fish needs are just impossible to imagine in this state, and we don't want to get there. So I guess that's an important piece of it. I think I covered this, but transfers do have an exacerbating impact in all of this in terms of further fallowing the lands that are available, the food availability. So kind of transitioning into what was alluded to before, what's happening to the flows in our river systems as we do this. The Nature Conservancy undertook a study that was completed in 2014. It's entitled The Groundwater and Surface Water Interaction in California's Central Valley, Insights for Sustainable Groundwater Management. So this study was really conceived as a way to buttress our kind of working hypothesis that in order to improve our water management system for nature, to provide the flows and the water needed to support our ecosystems in California, we need to do that in tandem with improving the overall water supply for the people, the communities, the industry that rely on this water system. And that in order to do that, we really need to really understand the sources of water contributing to our water supply. And the two big components of that are surface water and groundwater. And we need to think about those together because, in fact, they are interconnected. So the study, this is before the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, and in fact informed a lot of our work on that legislation. And what it did is it looked at the historic record between 1922 and 2009, used the Central California groundwater surface water simulation model to basically go back and look at the effects of groundwater pumping on our rivers. And at the beginning, back historically, the vast majority of the rivers in our Central Valley were considered gaining streams. So in other words, what they are the surface expression of a very healthy groundwater system. So they're the low points in the land where there's so much groundwater that it's feeding groundwater up into the surface water, and that's what we see flowing. So we would think rivers are a great indicator of a healthy groundwater system. Over time, what our models show is that as we've increased pumping, we've decreased our surface flows. So what's happening essentially is that the pumping is pulling water away from the rivers and compromising the ability of groundwater to contribute to our river systems. And in the really bad cases, it's actually pulling water so much so that these streams that had been gaining groundwater begin losing surface flows to groundwater. And in the very worst cases, probably most acutely seen in the Tulare Basin, we actually can disconnect our rivers from our groundwater. This is kind of, there's a pattern here, and that's what this study was meant to show. And there's kind of an interesting comparison. If you look at historically what's happened over time, you see the rivers starting to blink out in the early part of the 1900s in the Tulare Basin. By mid-century in the San Joaquin, we are seeing similar things. And perhaps most disturbing of our findings is that we believe we may be at a tipping point in the Sacramento Valley in terms of our ability to sustain reliable water supplies for the entire state. Some of the rivers some of the reaches of the rivers up in the Sacramento Valley could be at that tipping point where they've gone from gaining flows to actually losing flows. And that has implications, obviously, for transfers. So in addition to doing this historic assessment of the interaction between groundwater and surface water across the Central Valley, we also simulated some potential management scenarios, one of which included a groundwater substitution transfer. So in looking at this transfer, we kind of came up with a hypothetical transfer and wanted to understand, so what could be the stream impacts. What this showed was that the impacts are complicated and have a long duration. So as groundwater is pumped out of the system, initially that water comes from the groundwater storage. Over time, that water is replenished, the groundwater is replenished from stream depletion. So again, water flowing out of our rivers to recover the groundwater system. That happens most acutely in the years around the transfer, but in fact, in order to get to full groundwater replenishment, to the pre-transfer scenario, it takes decades. And in our simulated model, it took 25 years to get back to full replenishment for that one transfer. I think the other thing to be aware of is that actually those stream depletions that we saw accounted for 95% of the recovery of the groundwater system. So we know that the vast majority of the water that's replenishing that groundwater is coming from our rivers. So in closing, I guess there's just a number of considerations I think we wanted to have before you as you're thinking about how to act here. There are environmental impacts, there are ecological impacts, they're very real, both at the place of the area of origin up in the Sacramento Valley as well as in the Delta. They include impacts to fish, birds, things that are wetland-dependent species like giant garter snake, et cetera. I think it's also important to know that our information is limited and we really need better monitoring, transparent monitoring, to understand what's going on with these systems. So this includes having better gauges in our streams to understand stream depletions, potential impacts to our streams. And in fact, if folks are interested, the Nature Conservancy has done a ranking of stream gauges that we think should be reactivated or installed to better get a handle on the system throughout California that we'd be happy to discuss. We also think that groundwater levels and monitoring needs to be done on a transparent basis so that we all can see what these decisions are, what the impacts are and or the duration over which they're happening, and make better decisions in the future. And I think finally, the final point here is that Our study suggests that these, while we think about them as single-year decisions, that they have potentially an impact that could last for, well into my little boy's life. And better understanding this is really important. I think there's a lot of specifics that go with it around where's the water coming from, what's the status of that groundwater system, what are the soils around there, what's the status of the river. There's a lot of kind of details that need to be worked into this. So I think our study is a great starting point for this discussion, and has been something that I think has been already beneficial in terms of opening an open dialogue with the Sacramento Valley water users. So with that, thank you.
Question, Mr. Johnston.
Thank you both. Very good. Sandy, you said water transfers are tools. Based on the study and your analysis, could you give a brief example of how water transfer would be a good tool and how it would be a tool harmful to the habitat issues that you raised?
So yeah, to clarify, I do think that most transfers will have an ecological impact that needs to be at a minimum at the area of origin in terms of terrestrial species, particularly migratory birds and wetland-dependent species. That impact should be minimized, avoided, and mitigated. In terms of what a good transfer could look like, I think there are times when we have significant water needs south of the delta that include needs for nature as well as communities and agriculture, and that the tool transfers can be used to solve that, and that includes water for refuges. And if we are to use the tool in a good way, we should be looking for doing it on a magnitude that's acceptable to the area of origin. We should be doing it from a relatively healthy system, so not avoiding places where there's already overdraft problems and problems with the groundwater. We need to be thinking about kind of the interconnected impacts related to flows for fish and kind of thinking about the water quality in the delta. So I think in a nutshell, there's a number of factors that would go into determining what a quote-unquote good transfer versus a quote-unquote bad transfer would be, and that the more transparency and the more we have experts involved in this discussion, I think it should be, I don't think we have all the answers, frankly, and so because we don't, the more people we can involve in these discussions and decisions, we can get to a place where we're making better decisions in the future. And that, ideally, a decade or two from now, we would have those parameters of a list of these conditions, the following conditions, merit is a good groundwater or transfer situation, and if these following conditions exist, it's not a good opportunity for a transfer. So I think we need to get there. I don't think the list yet exists, but there are a number of factors we can point to evaluate.
Supervisor Pepo and then Judge Damrell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, or Vice Chairman. Sandy, you stated, and it caught my ear, and I don't remember your exact words. I didn't write that down. My apologies. But something about the capacity within the Delta system is generally reducing in supply. You had a much clearer way to say it. At least that's what I heard. So my question to you, do you see this as a long-term trend, or do you see this as a circumstance of the 4 to 5 year drought that we're in?
In terms of, I'm sorry, the Delta's capacity for?
Just what I understood you to say, and maybe I misheard you, was that the capacity, the water supply system within the Delta, the quantity of the supply is diminishing in a pattern, with regular circumstances. So I don't know if that what you stated is related to the drought circumstances or conditions, or if it's a longer term trend that you base that statement on.
Yeah, I think if I said that, I misspoke. I think what we're seeing, the trend that we saw from our study was related to Sacramento Valley River flows into the Delta.
Yes.
And that it's a trend pre-drought, actually. So our study ended in 2009, and we know what's happened since then, and we could probably imagine the result of the drought would have been to exacerbate that. So the models are showing that some of the stretches of the Sacramento River could be losing reaches at this point where they were previously gaining, which is reducing your flows into the delta.
Right, okay, thank you for the clarification. And then to each of you, and thank you for joining us, and Bruce, your presentation's always really clever and entertaining, not just in content, but in delivery. My question to the earlier panel was, are we doing enough? So from an environmental perspective, a biological perspective from each of you, when it comes to water transfers and the check and balance system that exists today, is it enough to protect the delta and its resources and the environment? Bruce, you'll need to turn your microphone on.
Oh, all right.
There you go. Now we can hear
all
you.
right. I hope there's content as well as amusement. But
yes.
The point I was trying to make is that we've scratched the surface, I think, of getting actual environmental benefits. And since your task is to protect the two co-equal goals, I think we need to bolster that. And I think we have the ability to do that, but I think we've just scratched the surface and shown that we can do that. And it would be, I think, easy to set some goals in a given year that, okay, 2016 looks like it's not going to give us any snow, so what are we going to do? That's a hard one. But if this was 2012 and it looks like we're not going to get any snow, then we would take some real serious actions, and DFW could say, hey, look at that. We got changes in operations from what they forecast that are beneficial to our species, and the people who wanted to transfer water managed to sell and buy it. So everybody is happy. Let's all go home. So I think we started, but I think we could do a lot more.
So you would suggest out of, we heard 420,000 acre feet, 600,000 acre feet a year being transferred, you would suggest maybe something less than that, a quarter or a half, under a drought condition or low water supply circumstances?
We've had environmental water accounts, we've had drought banks, we've had that kind of accounting system used to varying degrees of success, but we have that experience, and I think that multiple year approach is how you get water supply reliability. I keep asking what that phrase means, but nobody tells me except more water. And we don't get more water. And I think reliability is reducing those ups and downs of deliveries. That we can do. And where transfers are a significant part of dry year water motion, we should try to do it there. That's my point. I think we can. I think, God forbid, everybody wins.
Okay. I don't know if Sandy had a response to my question, but are we doing enough? Could we do more? And I see Kayvon wants to say something.
I think we can do more. And I think we can do more in terms of better mitigate. I think there are things that we can do to minimize the impacts that we haven't fully explored. And I also think there are things we can do to mitigate, both in terms of area of origin and then thinking about how we're replenishing the groundwater system after a groundwater substitution.
And I'm certainly interested in hearing more specifics as we look at this moving forward of how we might do that, not just identifying the problem, but specific steps that we should be considering. Through the chair, Kayvon had something to add.
Yeah, I just want to touch upon something that we heard this morning from the first panel. The amount of water that is transferred within the state is in excess of 1 million acre feet a year. The amount of water that transfers through the Delta and down to Southern California is a small subset of that. So some of the impacts that we're hearing from here are probably, I'm sure they include transfers that actually don't involve DWR or the state board.
Judge Damrell.
Yes. Thank you for your presentation. I was struck by the statement in Ms. Mazimoto's presentation, the very last one, about impacts. There is a lag between our decisions and impacts. And certainly that was demonstrated in the previous panel in terms of the relationship between groundwater depletion and stream flow. We just don't know exactly what that really is. We're finding out. And this council is called upon to make decisions. And obviously there's going to be a lag of some type, and there is a lag. It reminds me of the conversations about global warming. We're plowing ahead, and people are telling us, this is not going to last. It's not going to last. Nevertheless, we go ahead with business as usual in some respects. But the point is that I'm making is that this lag it seems to be constant when you're dealing with environment and science. There's always a lag, and yet we have to make decisions. Or maybe the decision is not to make decisions. And this particular subject is upon us right now. And I just am concerned, how big is that lag? And I don't know if anyone can even discuss that, but the time between our decision and the impact of that decision is critical.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like a Cassandra warning us, don't be hesitant, don't be too hasty. And I don't think we should be hasty. But I'm kind of, there's a quandary I have about whether we have enough information to make that decision. And maybe in that case, the decision has to be postponed until we have sufficient information. Do you have any thoughts about that particular, either one of you? I mean, this is obviously just a very general statement.
Yeah, I have an
but I'm
immediate
concerned about
reaction. I think we can anticipate. I mean, we have Sandy's presentation summarized that we know which of our rivers are in danger of becoming badly affected by groundwater depletions. And so taking water out of those rivers or exacerbating those groundwater depletions is obviously, you don't need to gather more data to put a very low priority on the desirability of taking water out of those systems. Contrary-wise, if you're delivering water, ones that would otherwise suck more groundwater out of an already depleted basin would be a high delivery. So you could start making those, this is making a problem worse, or this is alleviating a problem, and that would be directly using her information in a priority-setting process. Fully anticipatory. I really like anticipatory. I hate brush fires, and especially when here, this is California, we have droughts, and the more we look at paleoclimatology, we need to start living in that reality rather than the 40 happy years. But anyway, I didn't mean to put words in your mouth.
No, that was great. Yeah, I think in absence of specifics, what we have are trends. And I think that's what our study was designed to show us, are some trends. The trends indicate that there's a trajectory that we have lived out in the Tulare Basin, that where we have lost our streams for most, if not all, of the year. And that trend is creeping into the San Joaquin Valley, and it's playing out in the Sacramento Valley as we speak. So given those trends and the very dire situation that we see the Tulare Basin in today, I would suggest that we don't want to continue in that path, and that decisions should be made basically compensating, maybe overcompensating for, to try to reverse that trend.
May I make a personal comment about that? I'm leaving this meeting to go up and see my mother and brother who live just outside of Red Bluff. And last year, my brother's well ran dry, and so my mother ran hoses from her well over to his house until he could get his well dug deeper. And right now, her well is dry, and he has run hoses over to her house to keep her wet. This is just not good planning. They're both just a mile away from the river. They're both taking that same groundwater basin. It's just not a sustainable strategy. It's painful to be in the middle of it.
Are they cooking you dinner tonight?
I think we're going out.
Okay. Any further questions? Cliff.
Yeah,
Dr. Dahm.
I have a question for Sandy. This is a topic that is near and dear to my heart. I've studied groundwater surface water interactions most of my career. One of the things that when you're in an arid land system, like we are here, Mediterranean climate, you end up with two sources of groundwater that are pretty crucial for sustaining that groundwater resource if you're in a mountainous region, and that's mountain front recharge, and that is recharge through the surface water network. And you talked a lot about the surface water networks. There's also this mountain front recharge coming out, coming off of the mountains. Do you differentiate the sources of the groundwater where it's discharging into the streams and rivers in your report? I look forward to reading it, by the way.
Yeah, and we're happy to we have a draft. We're formally releasing it in a couple of months, but I'm happy to provide an advanced draft.
Any sense of how important mountain front recharge is to the groundwater flows of the rivers in the Sacramento Valley versus some of the more local sources?
Yeah, I honestly don't know how we broke that up in our study. What I would observe would be that the extent to which there is contributions from the mountains, that we know that that's probably going to decrease in the future given the effects of climate change. So that for me, that's just another one of those things that we're facing another trend that probably isn't favorable. But I can look into that and follow
And these are
up with
things with substantive lag times, and so the same issue that you were talking about with the lags relative to surface water, groundwater in the valley is also going to be affected by those lags that are going to be coming out of the mountains.
Exactly.
Okay. Other questions, comments? Thank you very much. Appreciate it a great deal.
Thank you.
Mr. Sam, if you would assemble your final panel, please.
Yes, we have a third panel, and this panel actually represents the parties that participate in water transfer. So we have a representative from the seller environment, and then we have two representatives from the buyers, one from a ag sector and one from a urban sector. So they will be able to share the need for water transfers. Okay. So we have, starting from the far left, we have Dustin Cooper. He's a water attorney, and he has represents sellers of water up in the Sacramento Valley. And to his right, we have Frances Mizuno. She is the Assistant Executive Director at the San Luis and Delta Mendota Water Authority. On behalf of the Water Authority, she does the water transfers, and the San Luis and Delta Mendota Water Authority is a federal contractor, and JPA representing the CVP. And directly to my left is Steve Hirsch. He's a program manager from Metropolitan Water District. So on behalf of Metropolitan, he is in charge of entering into water transfers, and Metropolitan is on the state water project side of things. And I believe that we're going to start off with Dustin.
Well, good afternoon. I want to start by saying how much of an honor it is to speak to you, and I'm appreciative being invited to the panel. I think this is a very important issue that you're considering. I have a PowerPoint. Yeah, thank you. I'm an attorney with the Manassian Law Firm. We represent a number of past sellers and potential future sellers. So this is an issue of interest to a number of my clients. Today I'm going to speak to you about three overarching issues. The first, I want to go over some of the existing laws and policies that are designed to ensure and facilitate responsible transfers. The second is I want to then consider if you as a council fail to take action and you allow your regulation to sunset, as it currently is scheduled to do, what will that do, in my opinion, to existing law and policy that's designed to facilitate transfers? And then I also want to address what I consider to be a fallacy of these recurring transfers. So first, there's many examples of state law and policy where transfers are encouraged and facilitated. I've just highlighted a few. Of note, of particular note, is your Delta plan and the recommendation to improve water transfer procedures with a specific emphasis on streamlining the process. And Governor Brown has also, through a number of executive orders, attempted to further expedite and streamline the process. You want to contrast this with the responsibility to ensure that the transfer is done without any injury to legal users or the environment or the economy of origin. So what the law sets up is a tension, or it requires even maybe a balancing is a better way of phrasing it. You certainly want to facilitate transfers, but you don't want to do so in a manner that undermines the responsibility to ensure that there's no impacts from the transfer. On the flip side, you don't want to have a process that is so onerous or overprotective or of avoiding injury or avoiding impact that it really acts to undermine transfers. So you want to keep those two principles in balance. You want to certainly facilitate transfers, but you don't want to do so at the expense of the process. If I were sitting before you 2 years ago, I would have been probably very critical of the likes of DWR, the Water Board, and the Bureau. I thought they were too process heavy. It was very difficult to do transfers, very time consuming. But I want to commend those agencies because I think they've dramatically improved their processes to a point where it's much easier. It's still certainly difficult, but the process is certainly improved. And I think this council is to be commended because they really took your recommendation to heart and implemented improvements in their process. I want to describe a little bit about the process that currently exists. And there's a number of steps, and in some respects this is dependent on the type of transfer that you're processing. But generally, buyers and sellers, you don't typically think of them as approval agencies, but they have potentially quite a big role in discerning whether this is a transfer that they ought to proceed with or not. Many transfers involve buyers and sellers that are public agencies, so there may be standalone CEQA environmental review conducted. Many sellers are located in counties where there's county ordinances that play a role, a level of regulatory oversight. Many sellers also have transfer policies or are member units of larger public agencies that have transfer policies as well. So there's potentially a number of regulatory layers just at the buyer-seller level. And then the next level of regulatory oversight is by the three agencies I list there, the Department, the Water Board, and the Bureau. And there's, in your staff report, there's a statement that there may be a subset of transfers that evades the oversight of those three agencies. In my experience, I've never processed a transfer that didn't involve at least one of those agencies, that is the Department, the Water Board, or the Bureau. And in preparing for today's presentation, I talked to a number of my colleagues that also represent potential sellers, and they too said that they've never processed a transfer that didn't involve at least oversight from one of those agencies. I can pose a hypothetical where that could occur, but I think once you start ticking off the characteristics of that transfer, you've got a very specific type of water right, a very specific type of seller, and a very specific type of buyer, that once you stack all those unique characteristics on top of each other, it just doesn't happen. Certainly in my experience, it doesn't happen. It could, but it would be infrequent and I think of a relatively small volume compared to the quantity of transfers that the three agencies are processing. So I want to shift gears and talk now. I've explained what I consider the existing process. I consider it to be in balance. That is, there's enough facilitation, there's enough process to ensure that the transfer is responsible in that it doesn't impact third parties or the environment. I want to contrast that with if you as a council fail to take action and you allow temporary transfers to be a covered action. The first concern I list there is that, again, for most transfers, you would be duplicating or adding another layer of regulatory oversight. So you would be analyzing a transfer that's already been analyzed by at least one of those three agencies, the Bureau, the Water Board, and the Department. I think of greater concern to me is that transfers can be a divisive topic, and there are folks and organizations that oppose transfers no matter what level of analysis or protections in place, and they do so just as a matter of principle. And if you consider a temporary transfer to be a covered action, it affords an opponent to the transfer an opportunity to kill the transfer really just by your process. And I've set forth the timeline in the slide here. Most transfers, given the number of variables involved, don't really come together until April, usually later. So if you were to require a certification of consistency, let's say you filed it on May 1, that starts your process. And if there's an appeal lodged, that appeal is not resolved until potentially late September. And as has been previously stated, the transfer window is only from July 1 through the end of September. So just the act of filing the appeal, whether it's successful or not, has really negatively affected the ability to implement the transfer. That's a significant concern. I want to now address the allegation that there's maybe strategic reasons or whatever the reason is, but there's this recurring temporary transfer. And I really don't think that's the case. Every transfer is unique, and there's a number of factors that go into whether or not there's going to be a transfer. I've tried to list some of those variables for you, but I'll just run through and give you a couple of examples. The first bullet there, does the seller have adequate supply to make transfer water available? In just this last transfer season, the Feather River districts, many of them contracted for potential sales, and those districts on April 10th were notified that their supply was cut 50%. And as a result, nearly all of those transfers fell through. So until April 10th, we weren't quite sure whether we were going to be on the full supply side of the ledger or on the cut supply side of the ledger. Another dynamic in play, which I believe Mr. Hirsch will speak to, is does the buyer have demand? You know, the transfer market can be expensive and it's extremely risky from the buyer's perspective. And I think many buyers try to have regional supply reliability to avoid participating in the transfer market. Again, I think Steve will speak to that. Finally, you can have a willing seller, willing buyer, agreements all in place, and you just get squeezed out capacity-wise through the delta. There's not enough physical space to move the transfer water on top of any project water that's moving through the delta. So there's a number of variables that you never quite know whether the stars will align and allow the transfer to move forward. One point I want to underscore, and I think DWR mentioned this as part of the first panel, and that is each transfer goes through a robust analysis. There's a proposal, there's in many cases a standalone CEQA analysis done by the seller, there's a standalone regulatory review by whatever agencies are involved, and it must stand or fail on its own merits. Lastly, if there is a seller that participates in consecutive years, for example, those transfers tend to look very different. And I've listed some of the differences there, but just to point out a couple of examples, the type of transfer involved may vary. I have a client that this actually happened. Year one, they participated in a groundwater substitution transfer. Year two, they decided that was no longer prudent. They shifted to a a land idling transfer. So the very method used to generate water for transfer can change year over year. I also want to encourage you to consider the issue of recurring transfers in context. And no, Dr. Herbold and I did not consult on using the same slide, but we both appreciate the services of MBK. But I'm going to use the slide in a slightly different way. I think the phrase tool, that transfers can be a tool. I think that's appropriate, and it's a tool, it's a handy tool to use in times of drought. And we're currently in the midst of a historic drought. Not, in my opinion, not a 4-year one, but an 8-year one with one good water year sandwiched in the middle. So the attention given to transfers and I think is heightened just given the circumstances that we're in. So again, I want to thank you for the time to present. I would summarize my presentation as encouraging you to view the existing process as adequate. The project agencies, DWR, the Water Board, and the Bureau have taken your recommendation to heart, and I think they've really implemented measures to improve and streamline the transfer process, but not at the expense of allowing irresponsible transfers to slip through the cracks. So I think we're on good footing there. I want to encourage you to take action to extend the current exemption that's in place, and don't allow temporary transfers to be covered actions, because I think that will have a significant negative effect. It will actually do the opposite of facilitating transfers. It could put a significant barrier in place to future temporary transfers. So thank you again.
Thank you very much. Ms. Mizuno. On the shaft of this, just press a button. There you go. There you go.
Okay, is that better? Great.
Yep.
I too want to thank you for inviting me to speak in front of you today. I represent CVP contractors, so I wanted to talk through with you the perspective from the CVP buyer's perspective. But before I start, I think it would be important to make you aware of what the authority is all about. The authority is a joint powers authority consisting of 28 member agencies, 26 of which contract with the Bureau of Reclamation for their water supply, which totals 3.3 million acre-feet of CVP supplies. The waters delivered to the authority members include areas that are in San Joaquin, Stanislaus, Merced, Fresno, Kings, San Benito, and Santa Clara counties. And they are for the purpose of agriculture, municipal, industrial, and refuge supplies. Many of the authority members have faced chronic water supply shortages since 1992 due to the implementation of CVPIA, the Endangered Species Act, the Clean Water Act, the Port of Cologne Water Quality Control Act, and particularly the drought. We are in the 4th year, some may think of 5th year of drought, and our ag service contractors are now faced with 2 years in a row of zero allocation, and are likely to face yet another zero allocation next year. So as you can imagine, these water users have had to rely heavily on water transfers to provide their supplemental supply, and in their last 2 years, almost their entire supply. The ability to transact water transfers in a timely manner is crucial to the survival of the people and the wildlife served by the Water Authority members. The authority has focused on transfers on areas south of the Delta to reduce the reliance of transfers through the Delta, which require the conveyance of through the Delta. Notwithstanding that effort, the extent of shortages faced by the authority members have supported additional transfers from willing sellers north of the Delta when there is excess capacity at the CVP and the SWP facilities. The authority has participated in north of the Delta transfers in 8 out of the past 15 years, all of which have been single-year transfers, and only back-to-back transfers in the drought years, 2008, 2009, and then recently 2013 through 2015. Water transfers are complex, as Dustin's already alluded to, the previous panels have discussed, because they do vary year to year, and many of the parties involved in approving them are different. For the authority, where there's primary focus have been on CVP contractor to CVP contractor transfers, the most difficult aspects of transfers is associated with the uncertainty regarding hydrologic conditions. Each potential buyer's need and each potential seller's supply is dictated in large part by hydrologic conditions and resulting CVP allocations. The hydrologic conditions and the CVP allocations are not sufficiently firm until March, and then many times later than that. In addition, excess conveyance capacity for water transfers at the CVP and SVP facilities is generally only available if the state water contractor's allocation is 40% or below. DWR and Reclamation cannot make an initial allocation of available capacity until March, and that forecast could change based on changes to the CVP and SWP regulations and what additional rainfall that may occur after the March period. Given these realities, most negotiations for water transfers agreements are not completed until late March, and sometimes even later. In particular for crop idling or crop shifting transfers where crop planting decisions must be made by mid-April, transfer approvals must be received before that time so they know whether they have a transfer, whether they need to plant or they need to continue to do the planting. Therefore, timely approval of transfers must take place. Delay in approvals has and would likely result in less water being transferred. Due to the extensive time frame to complete the necessary temporary water transfer NEPA and CEQA process, the authority with Reclamation recently completed a 10-year joint NEPA-CEQA document, including the compliance with ESA, Endangered Species Act. This document evaluates the potential impacts of a range of north of the Delta to south of the Delta transfers from a range of potential sellers to a range of potential buyers that have expressed interest in transfers over the next 10-year period between 2015 to 2024. The document evaluates transfers from CVP and non-CVP sources of supply, with water being made available through groundwater substitution, cropland idling, crop shifting, reservoir releases, or conservation. All proposed transfers that rely on this document would still require the compliance with the requirements of the Water Transfer White Paper, still has to go through the approval process with DWR, Reclamation, State Board. And the CVP, my experience with the CVP transfers that go to Reclamation for final approval, it is also reviewed by DWR. It isn't just solely a Reclamation review. Both agencies review these transfers. And then for those that go to the State Board, there are transfers that all three agencies review the same transfer. Water transfer provides significant environmental benefits for the fishery resources. For example, Reclamation backed up 160,000 acre-feet of water transfers that we purchased this year in Shasta Reservoir to protect the cold water pool, a critical resource used for winter-run salmon. This is a great example of how transfers are being implemented to address environmental issues in addition to meeting critical water supply shortages. It is important to note, in order to facilitate these benefits to the environment, the buyers are the ones taking all the risks. The risks that the water will be released and conveyed south of the Delta, the risk of large carriage losses, the risk of water remains in south of the Delta storage until demands increase in spring of 2016, enormous risk investment valued at a minimum of $105 million. Lastly, as Dustin indicated, I want to give kudos to the Department of Water Resources, Reclamation, State Board. Over the past few years, they have made tremendous improvements in streamlining the process. And however, much of the regulations are that's in play really eliminates much further streamlining that can take place. So it is much appreciated by the authority on their behalf. There's a couple of things I'd like to address that was mentioned in previous panels. I can do that now, or if you'd like to have Steve Hirsch speak
Why don't you
and
do
then
it
come
now?
back.
Do it
Okay.
now.
Okay. One of the panelists mentioned that if we did not do water transfers, that therefore we would have more water remaining in storage north of the Delta. That in reality, that doesn't take place because what sellers are doing is either crop idling If they didn't transfer if they didn't transfer, they would be planting and therefore using that water, and that water would not be remaining in place. So eliminating transfers doesn't reduce usage north of the delta. The other factor is that, and many of the previous panelists indicated, is we don't know everything. We are still learning. Even though we've been doing transfers 25 years, there's still a lot of unknowns. Groundwater substitution and stream flow, surface water interaction is one of those. And that's why the DWR Reclamation's transfer white paper is a draft paper. It's ever changing. As we learn more, things are added to there to try to protect the water rights, environmental resources, and so forth. We can't not just stop transfers because we don't have all the answers. We want to perform responsible transfers as buyers, because if we don't do it so, we can't sustain the water transfer market. In order to do that, we have to have responsible transfers, and we understand that if there are impacts, we are mitigating, and that's the purpose of the white papers, to ensure that mitigation is happening, to make sure that we have responsible transfers.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hirsch.
Well, first of all, I want to start by thanking the council for allowing me to speak in front of you today. I'm with Metropolitan Water District. I've been with the district for over 25 years, the last 20 of which have been in the Sacramento office, initially doing ecosystem restoration projects in the Bay Delta watershed. Yeah, but the last 15 has been just doing water transfers, so I come to you as a practitioner. I wanted to spend a little bit of time talking about the role water transfers play for Metropolitan. You know, we really in any year have a wide range of scenarios we have to plan for in Metropolitan, and roughly speaking, if there's wet conditions in the Colorado, Northern California, cool temperatures, and Southern California demands are low, we could need to store 1 million acre-feet. We're searching for places to put water. Conversely, if it's dry in Northern California, dry in the Colorado, hot in Southern California, we're needing to develop 1 million acre-feet. And transfers in storage is one way we do that. And we have done a really good job putting in place storage capacity throughout the state in 800,000 acre-foot plus acre-foot reservoir in Southern California, Diamond Valley. But then we have groundwater partnerships with hundreds of thousands of acre-feet of capacity. A key part of our strategy is taking the water in wet years that we can, sticking that into these storage reservoirs, be it in the ground or surface, and then converting it to dry year water by relying on it in dry years. So water transfers, we think about them every year, but oftentimes we're just pulling water out of storage instead of being active in the market. So for Metropolitan, these water transfers they're an important tool, but they're kind of a limited tool for us. Some of what I'm going to touch on here has already been discussed primarily by Dustin, but my experience on working on transfers, I've again been doing it for 15 years, purchased water from pre-1914 water right holders, post-1914 water right holders, and all of these transfers have some type of regulatory oversight, be it with the state board or through the CEQA process. And so I think there's this thought that there might be a subset of transfers out there that exists, and Dustin touched on this, where it's kind of slipping through the cracks and has no oversight whatsoever. And I will second that I am not aware of any of those transfers if they exist, and certainly if they have existed, Metropolitan has not been involved in them. You've heard that transfers are already very difficult. There's a considerable amount of regulatory oversight. And I would argue that the water transfers that we work on actually face a higher level of regulatory oversight because of the biological opinions that limit the movement of transfer supplies from July through September. So I think a big part of the discussion today is, for you, I think the question is, I keep hearing, should we do more? I think what you're you're asking, is there additional regulatory oversight that is needed? And I would concur with Dustin that if you added transfers as a covered action and had the process that's been laid out with the appeal, a chance to appeal, extended delays, it would be a major impediment to transfers. And in talking about appearing before you today, I discussed what the body of my testimony would be, and one of the more seasoned lawyers in California has worked on transfer says, boy, this sounds like maybe a solution that's searching for a problem. So I think it's important for you guys, for the council, to focus on, do we have a problem here? Is there a lack of regulatory oversight? I know the council has concerns about these recurring one-year transfers, and I wanted to talk about those. If we could have in place long-term transfers with Sacramento Valley interests, we would like to do that. I think anybody who's doing these annual transfers would like to do that. We've tried to do that. I've met with Dustin's clients years ago, and I think one of the main factors that kept them from wanting to pursue that was inability to agree on price. What might seem like a good price this year, 5 years from now, are they going to look bad to their neighbors who are selling water on an annual basis for more? So that was a major impediment to doing that. Dustin touched on if you do a long-term transfer, will you need the water next year, or year 3, year 4? Will there be capacity to move water through the Delta? It doesn't take a very high allocation on the state project to run out of capacity to move transfer supplies. So these are the reasons that you're seeing these, you're not seeing long-term transfers north of the Delta. You've got this Delta in the middle of it. But and we shouldn't be surprised that with the drought that you're having these, year after year, you have folks that are getting 0% allocation, like Francis's districts, needing to secure transfers. But the one other thing I wanted to impress upon the council, I would be very surprised if there's anybody out there, seller or buyer, that's thinking, we could do a long-term transfer, but let's just continue to do one-year transfers because the regulatory oversight on long-term transfer is just too significant. That's not the motive here for sticking to one-year transfers. There's just some reality of you don't know if you have a connection, a physical connection between buyer and seller in most years because of the capacity issues in the Delta. Finally, I wanted to close with the discussion on the progress that the DWR and the Bureau have made with engaging with us stakeholders on water transfers. The first time I really cut my teeth on transfers was 2003, and the white papers we've been referring to came out in 2002, and that was a hard pill to swallow for a lot of people to have these rules laid out. If you want to have a responsible transfer, this is how you should design it. And in subsequent years, it was difficult on an annual basis because we didn't know if those rules were going to be totally thrown out and replaced by new rules year to year. But what we've seen lately, or sometimes the rules would come out with no public process at all. There's just total lack of transparency. But what we've seen lately is transparency, that when they make changes, they discuss them with us beforehand, and we get feedback, give them feedback on that. And then this year, we actually had department staff just come over and meet with us as individuals, not a big stakeholder group, but just sit down and say, and it was Jerry Johns who testified in front of you, just say, how are things going? Where can we improve here? So whether that's the drought, whether that's the governor's orders, whether that's this council's recommendation, I'm not sure, but I think you're partly responsible for that, and so I want to end by thanking you for the recommendation you made to the department to engage with us more.
Okay. Thank you. Comments, questions? Mr. Tyne.
This question is for any of you who would like to answer it. I'm wondering, given what Dr. Herbold said earlier about being anticipatory and maybe going 2 years instead of 1 year, and hearing that it may be a definitional issue in terms of a recurring transfer. Do you think there's room for maybe an options-based 2-year transfer kind of program? And would it, what would it look like? Would it actually help this issue of recurring transfers? Would we be better able to anticipate impacts, et cetera?
Well, I think a lot of what we already said would make it difficult to do that, just because from one year to the next, we don't know what our allocation is. We've gone from 1 year where we had 25%, next year to 40%, next year we had 80% allocation. And if we have 40% or higher, we're not in the transfer market. And the fact that we don't know what the conveyance capacity at the pumps are in any given year. Every single year, we're always asking DWR, what's the capacity look like, so that we can make a decision whether we have opportunities for transfer or not. So it does make it very difficult, because it does change year to year. And year to year, and we don't even know until at least March of each year.
I should clarify, I was thinking that making it options-based would address some of that uncertainty. So I think
I
from
could
Steve's...
add to this. So we would like to do that. Yeah, anything longer term would be great. I think for the seller's standpoint, agreeing to what the prices are for 2 years is difficult. I mean, we've seen dramatic shifts in the prices paid for transfer supplies. So I think that would be hard for them. Metropolitan, in the 2003, we did do options. And I know Dr. Herbold kind of laid out, it's easy to anticipate when it's dry. And let me tell you my experience in 2003. Paid the option. Dry, State Water Project at that time was about 45%. So exercised our options in March, paid the seller, we paid the seller, I forget how much it was, but we said, no, we're going to buy your water. And again, this ability to anticipate what's next. We had 2003, what people have called, you hear about Miracle March, well, that was Awesome April. And Awesome April turned our 45% allocation to a 90% allocation, which totally closed out the ability to move those transfer supplies to the Delta. So much of that water went out to the ocean. So it isn't as predictable as a scenario as I think as Dr. Herbold laid out.
I would add, I think there's a misperception that sellers are clamoring to participate in transfers. That's really not the case. I'm sure there are some sellers. Most are reluctant transferors. They're doing so because they sense the need, certainly. But there's this counterbalance where the seller does not want to become the next reservoir for California. They don't want to be the solution to these problems. So there's significant policy considerations for the seller when you start talking about, is there a multi-year transfer? Should we commit to a multi-year transfer? Is that in our best interest? And at the end of the day, many of the sellers are ag districts, these which have landowners that are farmers. That's their business, and they enjoy farming. And all things being equal, they would much prefer to go farm their ground than participate in a water sale.
Okay. Other comments, questions? Mr. Johnston.
I think for Kayvon, do we have the recent history of who were the sellers and buyers and in what quantity?
That is information I can get you.
You've got limited information in the DWR, the white paper on page 32 and 33, not by name of participants, but by category of use. But that's
no, I was actually interested in the names of them. You said it was about 400,000 acre feet, or someone did, right?
So on both DWR and the State Board maintain websites that actually show approved water transfers.
Okay.
And for 2014 water year, I believe about 400,000 acre feet plus or minus.
19,000 acre feet.
Yes.
And
And-
for 15, 300,000.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's all on the website, so I can go look there, huh?
I can get it for you.
It's okay, thanks.
Okay. All right. Further question? Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for sticking through the presentations. Appreciate it. Ms. Rogers advises us there are no requests to comment on this by the audience. Here's my suggestion. We had promised Mr. Casio that we would get to him exactly at 1 o'clock. I'm going to suggest we block out 30 minutes time to go get a sandwich and bring it back here. Yeah, just eat through. Gil, you don't object to that, do you? Okay, that'll get us further along in the agenda and not keep Mr. Casio here and his colleagues waiting. So let's assume we are going to start at 10 minutes after 1 o'clock. I'm giving you a little less than 30 minutes. 10 minutes after 1. He's a wonderful guy and he's soft-hearted and all that. Okay. 10 minutes after 1.
Okay, just to tee this up a little bit, this is kind of a component of our ongoing Delta Levees investment strategy, but not specific to the project itself. This is more of an informational item that's going to contribute to the Delta Levees investment strategy to help us be more informed as we move forward with our analysis. And the nexus of all this was really a result of public comments at the June council meeting. The expression that we may not be getting all the information that's readily available out there as we move forward into our analysis. And so this is an effort for us to, engage stakeholders that have extensive experience with Delta Levees improvements, bring those folks in and hear some of the stories out there of what's been done since about the 1980s or so. This isn't intended to be a whole historical context of the Delta Levees improvements, but within the recent decades, what did we start with in about the 80s or so? What's been done in the time period up until about today? How did we get there? Where do we currently stand? And maybe some possible discussion of how we can move forward with this as part of our Delta Levees investment strategy. So the panel that we've brought together here, we hope to get kind of a cross-sectional representation of both rural areas and also urban areas, two major components within the Delta Levees in terms of protection. So just as far as introductions, I think everybody knows Gilbert Cozio here from MBK Engineers Consulting Firm. As principal engineer, Gilbert has mentioned before that MBK represents at least, I think, about 33 reclamation districts within the Delta. Gilbert's been working with Delta Levees, I would say a safe estimate's probably been for decades in all aspects of it. He's been involved with emergency response exercises, repairs of levees. He has extensive experience with the Department of Water Resources, subventions and special projects programs. So he has extensive knowledge of how those funding mechanisms work and what they've been able to accomplish with those. And as I mentioned, he's had several appearances before the council as both a presenter and also as the public commenter with the stakeholder. Moving down the line here, we have some representatives from the West Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency. Sorry, apologize for my phlegm. The West Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency, if you haven't been involved with their work before or seen presentations from them, is a joint powers authority created in 1994 through a joint exercise of powers agreement by the City of West Sacramento, Reclamation District 900, and Reclamation District 537. West Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency was established to coordinate the planning and construction of flood protection facilities within the boundaries of the Joint Powers Authority and to help finance the local share of flood control projects. They formed an assessment district in 1995 to fund the local cost share of the repairs recommended in the Sacramento Metropolitan Area General Reevaluation Report. And representing them today will be Greg Fabian. Greg's a flood protection manager for the City of West Sacramento. Greg currently serves as the flood protection manager in charge of overall program management and funding the city's $600 million levee improvement program. He also works with the Department of Water Resources and the Central Valley Flood Protection Board, along with the Army Corps of Engineers, to implement program objectives to improve roughly 52 miles of city levees to at least a 200-year level of flood protection. John Powderly, at the end of the table here, is an associate planner with the City of West Sacramento. He's been with the City of West Sacramento since 2001 and part of the city's flood protection section since 2008. He's a certified planner, certified floodplain manager, and is secretary of the Floodplain Management Association. So I think with that, these guys are well qualified to present their views and some of the historical context of the levee improvements. So I'm going to turn it over, starting with Gilbert Koziel. He'll have his presentation, and then we'll follow up with the presentation from the West Sacramento area.
Members, you have in front of you copies of the slides Mr. Koziel is going to use, and we just got handed to us the West Sacramento package as well. So,
Thank
Bill,
you.
please. Thank you for coming. Gentlemen, thank you all for coming.
Well, thanks for having me. Again, I'm Gilbert Koziel, MBK Engineers. You know, it's the same MBK Engineers you just saw from the other slideshow. We do a lot of different things in the world of water. So anything in the Central Valley has to do with water or flood work, we've got our finger in it somehow. So as Vice Chair Eisenberg said, you've got my slide presentation. There are a lot of slides. I'd like to say I'm going to walk you through them, but it's going to be more like a sprint through them. So it's going to be more like Mr. Toad's Wild Ride. You'll see a scene, and then we're going to switch to the next. But there's a lot of information I'd like to get out there, and hopefully through question and answers after my presentation and probably subsequent, especially as you work with your consultant, more questions will come up that we can answer. So let me get started, not quite at the beginning, but at a good starting point as far as what these levees used to look like. You've all heard of Bulletin 19282. It was about a 10-year study that was done by the Department of Water Resources, finalized in 1982. It actually was a parallel study with the Corps of Engineers. They were doing a feasibility study. Their study never got finalized. The EIS was never completed and finalized. But the Corps did a lot of technical analysis of levees as they were doing this parallel process. Like I said, it's a 10-year study. The first draft, I think, came out in '76, with the final coming out in December of 1982. This first slide is actually taken from Bulletin 19282. It shows the probability of failure for the Central Delta levees. These are the levees that are the issue of much debate over the last 10 years on their stability and ability to hold back floodwaters and resist earthquakes, about 535 miles. And what this shows is that it estimates in any 100-year period how many levee breaches you can expect on any of these islands. And you look at the kind of to the right of the Central Delta, you see these black hash marks through several levees, Bolden Island, Empire Tract, Terminus Tract, and so forth. You can't read the lettering probably on the frequency of failure, but the Corps study estimated that these levees would fail over 10 times in 100 years. So they couldn't even withstand a 10-year flood. That's how bad these levees were at the time. And I'll show you a little bit more information to kind of support that. The dark blue levees aren't much better. They're estimated to fail between 4 and 10 times in 100 years. So between the black hashed islands and the dark blue islands, those things came close to overtopping almost every year because the tides, the high tides in the delta really aren't a whole lot lower than a high tide with flood flows. So this came out in 1982. The study itself actually was done in 79 that came up with this map. And so what happened after that? So after that, between 1980 and 1986, all these levees failed. Not only did the levee fail, it breached and the whole island was flooded. You'll see Holland, Webb, Lower Jones, 1980, McDonald, Mildred, Venice, Little Franks, Bradford in 82 and 83, and then in 86, Tyler and New Hope Tract. So it was a bad year, or bad decade for the Delta. And that's where FEMA came in on all these disasters and helped out. And after the 86, well, after 83, and then again in 86, FEMA finally said, you know, the state, you guys have to come in and start doing something because there's really a lot of state interest here, yet not a whole lot of state assistance in helping these levees stay up. And if you think about it, it was kind of a sweet deal because we could actually go through a FEMA disaster, and if the federal government came in, they'd pay 75%. The state, through a California Disaster Assistance Act, would pay 19%. So the locals would pay 6%. So there really wasn't a whole lot of incentive to maintain your levee because you're going to get bailed out by the government in the future. So that's where FEMA kind of drew the line and said, we're not going to do this anymore. You guys have to step up and start forking out some money to rehabilitate and maintain these levees. So this is a hard slide to see, but I wanted to show you what happened between that 1979 map that came out in Bulletin 19282 and current day. So I've listed some of the examples of the islands we work on to kind of give you an idea of how much we raise these levees. So the table at the top left shows the different islands, the approximate station where the information was taken, the 100-year flood elevation, and then the elevation prior to SB 34, which passed in 1988, which kickstarted a lot of our financial ability to work on these levees. And if you look at the 100-year flood and the elevation of the levee, this is the top of the levee. Not one of these levees came close to even the 100-year flood elevation, which meant in about a 10-year flood, they would start overtopping. And so that's why they would fail, because once they start overtopping, unlike a stability breach, you can't control it, and eventually the water would cascade over the back of the levee, erode it out, and fail the levee. The right-hand column shows a more recent elevation after we've spent money on these levees through SB 34, and you can see most of them have been raised in the order of 2 feet. A couple have been raised over, excuse me, over 3 feet. I had to wolf down my lunch, and so excuse me if I belch or do something else. But so you can see the magnitude of what we had to do. And this is the central delta. So the difference between a 10-year flood and the 100-year flood is only about a foot, and between 100 and 300 years, about half a foot. The elevations don't change a lot. So if you've raised a levee 2 to 3 feet, you've added a lot of protection to that. Excuse me. The downside is the program that was implemented by FEMA, the short-term HMP, only required us to get up to this minimum elevation for height. And so we never did anything much about the stability unless we had to, because some of these levees were so unstable we couldn't raise them without stabilizing them. So I'm going to show you a few examples of the magnitude of the work we did on some of these islands. Here's Webb Tract. Webb Tract's on the western delta. It's one of the western islands, and so it actually had the opportunity to get special project money out of SB 34 and subventions money. So it had, as all the 8 western islands, had the ability to access funds from both those programs, and so they got going on their levee work a little sooner. You can see from here what we've done. Excuse me. You can see we've raised the levee at the top. That black line indicates the levee in 2007. The thinner black line is 1989, so that's before we really did a lot of work. You can see on the right side of the thick black line, there's a little point, and that's actually what we call a splash berm. This side of the island is exposed to the San Joaquin River, and so with the winds coming off the river and the wave action, we need something in addition to the height of the levee to keep those waves from splashing over the top. And we add riprap or a combination of fill and riprap to protect that the levee from that kind of splashing. You can see we flattened the back slope slightly, but the key is that toe berm. If you look at the thin line and the black line, there's a separation, and it extends for about 170 feet from the center line of the levee. That's the toe berm that stabilizes this levee, and I'll show you when we talk about the Holland Tract what that does. Here's Empire Tract. This is one of the worst islands in the Delta. After the '83 flood, they had a debt of about $1 million that FEMA did not approve some of their claim, and so they actually, for about 20 years, had to repay that debt before they could really get serious about rehabilitating their levee. You can see in this slide, we raised this levee substantially over 2 feet and widened it, and a little bit of a toe berm at the bottom of the levee, so you see the difference between the 2010 section and the 1989 section. And finally, this is Bolden Island. This is an interesting section because Bolden, if you don't know where Bolden is, Highway 12 goes right through the middle of Bolden Island. So we've got about 4 miles of Highway 12 that we're protecting. Bolden is a deep peat island, and so as such, it's very huge. You can see the elevation at the bottom of those cross sections is close to -20, where the top elevation is 9. So we're talking about almost a 30-foot tall levee out there in the middle of the deep peat. One thing that we did on this levee, which is unusual, that because of our stability analysis, we found that the toe berm had to extend quite a ways into the farm field. If you look at the 1988 section, the thin black line, as you move to the right, there's a kind of a rectangular dip that comes back up. That's the ditch that separated the levee from the farm ground to the right. And if you look at the difference in elevation between the left side of the ditch and the right side of the ditch, it's about 3 feet, which indicates this is a subsiding area, that we haven't farmed along the levee, and so it hasn't subsided where the farm ground has gone down. So we like these toe berms because they stabilize the levee, and in areas like this, they prevent the peat from subsiding anymore, so it's kind of a double benefit. And you can see on this this section, we also have the splash berm here. We don't get a whole lot of wind fetch, but sometimes when that wind comes from the southwest or southeast, it really batters the levee, so we added a splash berm here. And if you look at the numbers at the bottom, you can see the crown elevation was raised over 2.5 feet. So this was a huge improvement to this levee. It had an 11-foot wide crown, so you could barely drive on it before. Now it's got a 20-foot wide crown. So how do we figure out what to do on these levees? So here's another example of Bolden Island in a similar area where I just showed you the cross section. So we go out and we drill, geotechnical drill, through the center of the levee, down the slope, and at the toe. And this is what we come up with. And you can see these levees are not homogeneous. All these different symbols indicate different types of dirt that these things are made out of. The big one in the middle with horizontal lines labeled PT, that's peat, which is kind of the issue with a lot of these levees. Peat's a very weak material. And in this case, the peat runs from 15 feet to 35 feet. So this levee has 20 feet of weak peat right in the middle of it. And the bottom for reference purposes, the bottom of that peat is about 26 feet below sea level. So where the islands are now, if anything's 25 feet or below, it's probably at the very bottom of the peat in that area. This is just a continuation of the same boring log. What you don't see in this boring log are loose sands beneath that peat, which is interesting because when Dreams created their hypothetical generalized fragility, they assumed that a lot of these levees had loose sands which was liquefiable in an earthquake, and it's just not the case. Some do, but everything is very site-specific, and I'll talk more about that when I get to Holland Tract. So once we do these geotechnical borings and analyses, then what do we do with them? So I want to give you an example of a pretty bad levee we just fixed on Brack Tract last year. So we take our geotechnical information, and here's a cross-section taking a slice right through the middle of the levee, so you can see the water's to the left and the farm ground is to the right. Those circles indicate a failure plane or a slip circle. And what we do is we model the water coming up to the 100-year flood elevation. In this case, it's elevation 8.4 feet. This is along the South Fork of the McKellamey. And then we if the levee fails, it'll fail along that slip circle. Typically, these circles follow the bottom of that peat because that's the weak area, and like I said before, below the peat is very firm, and so we don't typically have slip circles that go below the peat. In this case, as you can see on the slide, it says the effective factor of safety is 0.97. The factor of safety is a ratio of the strength of the levee divided by the force trying to push it over. So what you want is that factor to be above 1. Otherwise, your levee is weaker than that 100-year flood elevation pressure. And essentially, theoretically, this levee will fail if we hit that 100-year flood. So a lot of these levees are right at very close to that factor of safety of 1, and this one happens to be below it. If we just built the minimum HMP, we would just raise the levee a foot or two and put a little fill on the back slope, and it would actually lower this factor of safety because we're putting force on the top of the levee but not buttressing it. If you imagine the levee failing along that circle, we have to put a buttress to keep it from pushing out towards the land. So here's what we design. You can see we didn't raise the levee a whole lot, but in this case we're actually filling up that ditch between the levee and the farm ground. And the slip circle is still in the same general area, but there's dirt now counteracting that slip circle. So this is something we look at as far as what the levee is going to look like right after construction. And one thing that's interesting about constructing on peat foundations is that when you start loading peat, you could actually fail a levee because it starts moving. If you can imagine toothpaste coming out of a tube, if you just took the top off and stepped on it and toothpaste shot out the back, that's what happens with peat. If you start loading it, it'll start squeezing sideways. The city of Stockton recently built a pumping plant on Empire Tract, and they were building their pumping plant on our levee, and so they were going to build us a new levee inside that pumping plant, and we're going to put 16 feet of fill in one construction season over peat that had never been loaded before. And we warned them that you couldn't do that, and we actually argued with them for about 5 years, and they finally gave in, and they agreed to, one, limit the lifts, how much depth you could put, and so we limited it to 5 feet of fill per lift, and then we had to monitor all around this fill to make sure that we didn't overload it and they were comfortable if the next lift would go on without damaging the levee. So when we got into this, they were upset of all the extra costs we were forcing on them, but in reality what happened, some of these monitors on the surface moved landward. So if you imagine the right side of that new fill, if you had a monitor like a stake in the ground, just landward of that, we had one case where that stake moved 13.5 feet. In one night it moved 3.5. And we knew it was moving because there was a power pole right next to it, and it was bent over, and the power line was like a guitar string. It was about ready to snap. PG&E got out there real fast. If you ever worked with PG&E, it takes them forever, but when they saw their power line ready to snap, they got out there real fast. So in the end, the city of Stockton and their engineers came back and thanked us because they realized they would have failed that levee if they would have put all 16 feet at once. So here's what we design, and this is just after construction. You'll see the factor of safety is 1.38. Well, peat's an interesting material that over time, if you compress it, it actually gets stronger. So in the long term, we've taken a levee here on Brack Tract that had an effective factor of safety of 0.97, so it was going to fail during a flood. And in the long term, we're estimating with our rehabilitation that we just completed last year, the factor of safety will be 1.82. So we've almost doubled the strength of that levee due to failure based on flood elevation. Okay, so let's talk about what I would consider the crown jewel of going from disaster to success in the Delta, and it's Holland Tract. Holland Tract is in eastern Contra Costa County, so it's right next to Mary Pifo there. It actually failed in 1980, as I pointed out before. Holland Tract's got 11 miles of levee, about 4,000 acres. So that's about an average Delta island, about 11 miles, 4,000 acres. It's pretty typical. What this slide shows here is the elevation of the ground within Holland Tract. And I wanted to show you this because when you start generalizing what these levees look like, you have to understand that they're really, they change, every inch of these levees changes even within one island. So to generalize levees across the whole Delta is really taking a chance that you're gonna miss the fragility of the levee. And what this slide shows, this is a reflection of the LIDAR survey taken by DWR in 2007. So each color is a 2-foot band of elevation. So
What year was this?
this was 2007. And so you can't see the legend on the side, but essentially the lower part of Holland Tract, which is up towards the right and towards the top of the slide, is close to minus 20 feet below sea level, and to the right we're very close to sea level. So these levees, these islands are not flat. They all slope about this much. Bolden, which we just looked at, is about the same thing, about a 20-foot drop from top to bottom. The key here, though, is because that left side or the west side of Holland is close to sea level, there really isn't much peat in that area at all. Versus the right side of Holland Tract, the north and the east side, that is significantly thick peat layer. And so just within this island, our design changed several times because of the thickness of these organic materials. So here's what happened in Holland Tract in the middle of January 1980. It failed. The levee failed, it breached, and flooded the island. To the left is, we're looking kind of northeast here. The left is Frank's Tract, which is a big open expanse of water, as you know, and to the right is the flooded interior of Holland Tract. And so a Corps of Engineers came in, fixed the breach. We had a lot of costs to repair the interior of the island because a lot of erosion happened on the inside of the island, and essentially everything was done by about May of 1980. So then what happened? So here's January of 1983. This is south of where the levee breached on Holland Tract, and obviously we didn't do much more than repair the break and repair some of the damage the flooded island took during the few months it was flooded. What we didn't do is go back and try to stabilize the levee and that sort of thing. Now, if you looked at Holland Tract and how compliant it was to the short-term HMP, it wasn't too bad. It had a pretty good crown elevation, but you can see here that when the water came up in January 1983, which is not a 100-year elevation, it failed. Now, it didn't breach, but technically this is a levee failure. The foundation has failed, and you can see the slope is following the foundation as it moves landward. Here's a view from helicopter. You can see that the crack on the picture to the right is a big arc. That's indicative of the slope failing because of the pressure put on it. So this island barely hung on in 1983. Here's another picture of the same area. You can see those sandbags. Water was rushing through it. Those white little pipes coming out of those sandbags are to drain the area so that the sandbags don't put too much back pressure and force water out somewhere else. That white material to the left is a Marify fabric because they're getting ready to build a tow berm to try to stabilize this levee. And so that happened in 83. In 88, we had SB 34 get passed. And in April of 1990, the main landowner in Holland Tract realized that because these districts hadn't been used to working on their levees, there was a lot of money left in the SB 34 fund. And so we had 2 months to put a project together, which ended up being about $3.5 million. For 1990, that's a huge amount of money. We moved about 800,000 yards of material in 2 months, and we built a lot of tow berms to stabilize Holland Tract. Now, one of the things we did as we started loading this levee up was kind of observe what the conditions are that these levees could handle. And so what you're looking at here is a tow berm where we purposely kept loading it until we saw what the breaking point of this peat was, because we needed to know where that was for future design. And so what happened here, after about 6 feet of dirt, so where I'm standing there taking this picture, there's about 6 feet of new dirt below me. This levee finally failed. The foundation failed. It cracked and dropped, and you can see that crack is about 2 feet wide. But it gave us a lot of good information on what kind of loading we can put on these levees when we rehabilitate them. And there's another view from on top of the levee, off to the left. That's all tow berm. So that's 5 to 6 feet of material in a blanket landward of the levee up to about 200 feet in this area that is extremely unstable just south of where the levee failed in 1980. And so what does the levee look like today? So here's a cross-section showing what we've done to that levee, that east levee of Holland Tract. The shaded area indicates the difference between the levee as surveyed in 1984, which is the dashed line at the lower part of the section, and then in 2012, when we finished work there, You see the thicker lines. The shaded area is kind of the difference in size of the two levees. Now, I've shown on here that there's 7 feet of thickness between the toe berm and the 1984 toe of the levee. In reality, the amount of material we put on, there's probably about 6 feet of fill that actually sunk into the ground that doesn't show here. So in reality, we probably put about 13 feet of dirt to stabilize this levee, but only 7 appeared above the surface because everything else compressed the peat below it to, just to strengthen the levee, essentially. We've done a geotechnical analysis on this design, and the factor of safety is over 2, and so we knew the factor of safety was well below 1 because it failed in 1983. It just didn't breach. And so just by doing this, we've more than doubled the strength of that levee. We've left this crown of the levee kind of wide because we have a waterside toe that's undercut somewhat. We actually offered to cut down that waterside slope and plant trees on it. This is along Old River. And we were advised not to by Department of Fish and Wildlife because it is along Old River, even though it was an opportunity to utilize some state funds and create some habitat. They thought it might be an attractive nuisance for fish entering Old River and then getting sucked towards the pump. So it's one of the things you got to think about when you're looking at the co-equal goals, that maybe it's a better to do a programmatic type environmental enhancement instead of trying to link it to every project, because not every project is in an ideal location for habitat improvement. So that's the levee looks like after it got constructed in 2012. Much different from what it looked like in that picture I showed you of 83, but this is actually the same location where it was failing, cracked, heaving, that sort of thing. And that's what it looks like today. And the entire levee around Holland Tract exceeds the Bulletin 192 section. So we're pretty confident that all we've got to do from now on is just maintain the levee. There will be some consolidation of that peat. It's still pretty thick in some areas. But that we can handle that through our maintenance budget. On the other side of the island, the west side of the island, like I said, there was no peat there. We just had to flatten the slope to 4:1. We didn't have to build toe berms. And so the key is that you have to look at what your specific conditions are in order to figure out the fragility of these levees. Generalizing them just doesn't work. So here's, in conclusion, here's a summary of what we've done on Holland Tract. So this from 1988 to 2014. It's like I said, it's one of the 8 western islands. In the early 90s, when they were developing the protocol on how to get the special projects money, they had each district do an ability to pay study. And on Holland Tract, the economists that did the study found that Holland Tract had an ability to pay of 7%. So when they got special projects money, they got 93% state funding versus the 25% local share for subventions. The East Levee is along Old River, so it's along the Old and Middle River corridor, so it's key to today's concern about getting water south. One of the benefits to Holland Tract is because there wasn't a whole lot of peat on this island, we had a lot of local borrow material, non-organic material that we could actually use for levee material. And what that did, because we moved about 2 million yards in the last 25 years, it saved the people that paid for this, the state and the locals, probably about, I'd say $20 million. So we spent in total over 27 years of maintenance and rehabilitation about $18.5 million. Now using local borrow is about 1/3 to 40% the cost of having to import borrow. So it's a huge benefit to find local material. And so if you look at the total cost of $18.51 million, if you take out some of the maintenance costs that's included, it probably cost about $1.5 million per mile to go from a levee that failed and breached in 1980 to one that now exceeds Bulletin 192.82. You can see they participate in both subventions and special projects almost equally, 8.9 million subventions and 9.6 special projects. One thing to note here, the local cost share was extremely low. One, because they only paid 7% of the special projects, but also because they had on-island borrow, they got credit for about $2 million of in-kind cost because that borrow material has a value, and so the state would allow you $1 per yard as a credit. So if you actually add that into the local share, it was probably more like a $4 million local share. Regardless, they were able to rehabilitate their levee with the relatively low cost to the locals based on the two programs they had access to and the local borrow material. So I've given you a lot of information, and hopefully you understood some of it. And I'll take any questions or...
Okay, are there questions? Let me just ask you to focus for a minute on Holland Track. And I know that when we get our a matrix back from Arcadis and from Rand, all these questions will be answered immediately. But refresh my memory, if you will. Again, Holland Tract is how many acres, roughly?
It's a little over 4,000 acres.
4,000 acres. How many residents are on there? How many people live on there? Just ballpark it,
I
Gil.
think they're about 50.
50?
Yeah, there are 2 marinas and some farmland that has a few houses.
Okay. Is a portion of it publicly owned now, if you remember?
I don't think there's any publicly owned. There are several properties that have easements purchased by...
For public purposes, for utility lines or something like that?
Well, there's some utility lines through there.
Okay. Is assessed valuation? I mean, if you know.
I don't know, but I mean, based on local costs for farm ground in the Delta, with 4,000 acres, the land's probably selling for between $8,000 and $10,000 an acre right now, so $40 million.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Yes, Mr. Tyan.
Gil, what is the ongoing maintenance cost, and where's the funding coming from for that?
Well, they've been participating in the subventions program from day one. And a lot of that initial cost, was rehabilitating the levee, getting up to HMP, and then subsequent improvements. To maintain this levee is about $10,000 a mile, so $110,000 a year. And that comes from their assessment of the landowners, and also using the subventions program. So they probably spend $100,000 a year. Maybe $30,000 of that actually comes from their assessment. And also, they've got 3 pumping plants that have to keep the island drained, and so half their assessment goes to paying the electricity bills and maintaining those pumping plants.
Did you do an avoided cost calculation, the cost avoided by investing these dollars to bring the levee up to?
No, which is something I kind of wish, starting in the CalFed days, when there's so much study going on in the science of these levees, somebody would have done that sort of thing. Our clients are just trying to keep these things up, and to do something like that is a cost that they just didn't see, but would help them a whole lot. But certainly there's an opportunity out there now that we've done a lot of this work to go back and actually test some of these levees, see how strong they really are. And that's what you really have to do to actually come up with the fragility of a levee. We've looked at estimating actual fragilities for levees that were going to be mapped out of the FEMA flood insurance program. And it's extremely expensive. You're talking $100,000 to $200,000 per mile just to do the analysis to find out what that fragility is. Then to do something about it to meet FEMA criteria then is huge. And I'm sure the West Safeco guys will kind of describe how much that costs to get those levees to meet FEMA criteria.
Patrick?
Do you know what the assessment per acre per year is?
It's about $50 an acre.
$50 an acre, okay.
Yeah, which is on the higher side for most levee districts.
Yeah, the average, I think, is $32.
Yeah,
right. Last report. And that covers all of the reclamation district costs, right?
Yes.
So you mentioned pumping, also legal engineering costs.
Right. And engineering, most of our engineering has to do with the levee, so it's applicable to the subventions program, so they get some of that reimbursed. None of the legal is reimbursable, so that's out of their pocket.
How's the island farmed?
It's a combination. It's mostly grazed, because a lot of the areas are hunting clubs now, that the areas that have sold easements to the NRCS or Wildlife Conservation Board. There's corn grown in some of the island also, so it's row crops and grazing.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Mr. Fobin, do you want to go next? New slides here, folks.
Yep. Well, good afternoon, and thank you for having me.
Greg Fabian with the City of West Sacramento. I'm the flood protection manager for the city, and I also represent the West Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency. We, both John and I, wear two hats often. I've been with the city for about 23 years, primarily in public works, and I joined the flood program about 4 years ago, I'd say, just after the completion of some of our early implementation projects and as we embarked on our largest project, which I'll talk about here in a little bit. Evidently, I turned it off. There we go. So West Sacramento, we're a very unique community, unique in that we're centrally located in the Central Valley of California. Our northeastern corner is at the confluence of the American River and the Sacramento River. And during periods of high water, our city is literally surrounded on all sides by water, with the exception of the very southern tip of our city. So we've got the Sacramento River on the east side and on the northern portion. Also the Sacramento Bypass on the northwestern corner, the Yolo Bypass on the west, and then the only dry spot, if you will, on the other side of our city limit is that very bottom portion, the South Cross Levee. We're also uniquely in the unique position that we also have this deep water ship channel that bisects our city and provides another avenue for potential water to enter the city, potential floodwaters to enter the city. So that's another source of concern for us in areas that we have to look at for providing flood protection. The city itself does not lie within the primary zone of the Delta, but we do lie within the secondary zone. Prior to Hurricane Katrina, we had well above 100-year level of protection, varying degrees on all of our levee systems surrounding the city. But post-Katrina and with the changing engineering standards, we found ourselves everywhere with less than 100-year level of flood protection, with the threat of being remapped by FEMA, mandatory flood insurance, and obviously the level of protection for our residents and businesses was of primary concern and something that we wanted to move forward with very quickly to try and put a program together so that we can provide the adequate level of flood protection. So the West SLIP, the West Sacramento Levee Improvement Program, really became reinvigorated post-Katrina. And we first did a very rough analysis on what the estimated cost would be to improve our levee system, which was originally estimated about $400 million. We went out for an assessment to the residents in 2007, which passed by a large margin, which was a good indication to our leaders that the residents and businesses and folks within the community felt that flood protection was very important and overwhelmingly supported it. So we assessed ourselves approximately 10% of the estimated cost. So over a 30-year horizon, 30 to 40-year horizon, we estimated to raise about $40 million in the local assessment to fund the local share of the improvements to the levee system. And we embarked on a problem identification report and alternatives analysis that spanned 2007 to 2009, determine what, in fact, were the deficiencies on our levee system, what were the alternatives that would be available to improve the levees, what might that look like over time, and what would the costs be. From those reports, we refined our estimated cost at about $460 million. And felt that the current flood assessment would get us a good way of a good portion of the way there. And we all at that point we embarked upon a two-pronged approach towards improving our levee system and providing those protections. One was partnering with the State Department of Water Resources and designing and implementing early implementation projects. And at the same time, we engaged with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to start a general reevaluation report on our entire levee system. And that, for those of you who may not know, that's a Corps-led analysis, feasibility study on the kind of like a problem identification report and alternatives analysis, but led by the Corps. And the ultimate goal there would be for the Corps to complete that report, develop a study that would be approved by Congress, and hopefully we get congressional authorization and federal financial assistance for the Corps to then take over and repair the rest of the project. So the West Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency and the West Sacramento Levee Improvement Program are overall project objectives. Obviously, we want to maximize the level of protection to our residents and businesses. We want to initiate these flood risk reduction projects as quickly and as economically feasible as possible. We also want to preserve or enhance habitat along the Sacramento River, along the bypass, adjacent to our levees, maximize resource conservation, ecosystem restoration, and where we can, we want to provide for recreational amenities for our community. Levees in the river tend to lend themselves towards these opportunities, and so where we can, we try to incorporate them into our projects or into a footprint that lends itself to it at the completion of our projects. So since 2007, we've completed a number of early implementation projects. This sort of shows the northern portion of the city and where those items in red, where those projects existed. The very first one we did was the I Street project, and we moved very quickly on that one in advance of a parks improvement grant to improve that section of levee just south or downstream of the I Street Bridge. That was completed in 2008. The Rivers project, which is sort of the middle project there in red, was completed in 2011. The CHP, it's actually the southern levee of the Sac bypass, but it's adjacent to the CHP Academy, so that's what we called it. That was also completed in 2011. And the Corps completed a couple of slip repair projects along the bypass, one in 2009 and one in 2011. So the I Street project, it was a very small project along the Sacramento River, only about 1/10 of a mile. We were, the project entailed of fixing some geometry deficiencies as well as through and under seepage deficiencies, and at a cost of about $3.3 million, again completed in 2008. And if you look at the picture underneath, you see that's the extension of Riverwalk Park, which was initially behind the Pyramid Building there by the Tower Bridge. We extended that all the way to the I Street Bridge on top of this project when it was complete.
Did you also import all the Canada geese that congregate there now?
They were volunteers. The Rivers project, next project, slightly larger, a little over 1/2 a mile in length, quite a bit considerably larger cost at $21.4 million, and that primarily was driven by the fact that to remediate for the through and under seepage deficiencies on this reach of levee, we had to do a deep soil mix type of slurry wall construction down to about 130 feet, which, as I understand, is about the deepest slurry wall, at least at that time, that has been constructed in this region. And that was one of the things that really drove the cost of this particular project. And again, post-construction, you see in the picture below, the bright pedestrian trail, bike trail there, which we constructed on top of the levee. And also you can see the little, the little white stakes in the background there. Those are mitigation plantings. We mitigated for our project on site, as well as we had provided additional landscape there to mitigate for other city projects that were being implemented around the same time. So we were able to accomplish several different mitigation goals on that project site. So the CHP Reach, or the Sac Bypass Levee Improvement Early Implementation Project, this one was about 1.2 miles in length, cost about $11.5 million. Again, geometry deficiencies, through and under seepage deficiencies. And you can see just prior to completion there on the bottom picture, there's a concrete apron that extends right there at the Sac bypasses in the lower left of that picture. It extends roughly half of the project, about 1/2 a mile or so. And that was, number one, it was installed because we put a concrete apron back where one existed prior to our project, but because of when the gates go on the bypass, it's extremely turbulent just downstream of the bypass, and a lot of erosive forces, so this concrete apron helps to protect against that. And we put compacted gravel on top of the levee there along the maintenance road, and also did access road on the land side of the gate there with controls for bicycle and pedestrian access. This at times is an area for fishing for folks when the bypass is full, so we maintain that access for folks to either hike or recreate depending on the conditions. So here's our conceptual Southport early implementation project. This is by far our largest early implementation project to date. It's more than, in size, more than all of our early projects combined. It's in the southern part of the city, what we call Southport, along the Sacramento River, West Bank. Total project length is about 5.6 miles. It extends from the termination of the project that was just completed by the Corps, the Sac Bank project, River Mile 57.2, which is right there on the corner by the entrance to the ship channel, the barge canal. Our project extends from that southward or downstream all the way to the city's southern limit and ties into the South Cross levee there at the bottom.
Let me just stop you on there. This is an interesting example, which I hadn't really focused on until you presented this chart. But this is a setback levee on a main channel of a river. Got to be one of the more expensive elements of of this project cost. Explain how you got there. Who's
So,
if you would please.
This was one of our most vulnerable stretches of levee in the city. There's a number of sites of underseepage, boils, slip repairs over time. And so when we looked at how we were going to do a project of this size with the varying degrees of deficiencies and a lot of erosion along the Sacramento River as well, we were really concerned about the amount of mitigation that would be required, whether or not, from a resource standpoint, armoring that channel or that section of the Sacramento River with all kinds of rock to protect us against erosion would be a difficult lift. And because of all the farmland in this particular part of the city, it lent itself towards exploring the possibility of a setback levee. It is very land intensive. Fixing a levee in place does not really require a lot of real estate. This, on the other hand, requires over 200 acres of real estate in order to be able to do that. So it is quite expensive, and politically supported by the city of West Sacramento, and a little bit tough for the community, especially for those that were affected by a project of this size and folks whose homes would be impacted by this. So over this 5.6 mile stretch, there's only about 12 homes that are actually being acquired.
But of course, potentially, that's where your major expansion, city expansion, is going to happen in the next 20 years.
Correct. So this does remove over 200 acres of potentially developable land and restores about 160 acres, plus or minus, of floodplain and habitat of variety, varying types. The remnant levee, well, let me see if I can go through my notes because I want to make sure.
I'm sorry, Greg, to interrupt through the chair. Just a follow-up question. So on your acquired property, I'm going to assume there's some eminent domain actions involved?
Yes, there is some.
Okay, thank you.
So the primary solution for the erosion is through the use of the setback levee, and what we now refer to as the remnant levee, the existing levee, will become a remnant levee. There will be breaches or cuts in the levee in about 3 locations that will then connect the river to what we then describe as the offset area, which then becomes part of the floodplain. And then right about
the offset area is how wide?
It varies. It varies. That's what's in yellow, yeah. And it varies anywhere from, where we start and stop, 60 feet to 200 feet. And in that big Oak Knoll Bend, that very wide area towards the southern part of it, it's quite wide, over 800 feet there. And there's a feature that it's called Bees Lakes, that's kind of in the center of the project. If you look, it's kind of hard to see, but those two little black spots, those are areas that have been hydraulically connected to the Sacramento River for some time. The lakes rise and fall with the river level.
And they're full of trash and old tires when I go around and look for birds. But they're really quite nice.
And and some turtles too.
Yeah.
So they sunbathe on the roof of that one car in there. We wanted to avoid dealing with Bees Lake, so our levee improvements go around Bees Lake, do an adjacent levee on the backside of Bees Lake. But what it creates is two distinct and separate offset areas, one northern offset area and one southern offset area. The northern offset area is planned to have one inlet outlet, so it will, the waters in that northern area will rise and fall with the river level. In the southern offset area, we'll have actually two inlet outlets, so we will have a portion of that offset will have a flow-through condition as well.
What proportion of the Southport total projected cost are attributable to the setback levy? I mean, ballpark it.
Well, we haven't really defined the cost per se by offset area, but if you want to look at the setback levy is really what defines the offset area. So let me think about this. Probably 4/5 of the cost.
Yeah, but as you indicated, it's not for mitigation alone. This is your most vulnerable area within the city boundaries for flood protection.
That's
for
correct.
flood threat. Okay.
And by leaving the previous levy, what we call the remnant levy up, it provides the primary means for erosion protection, and so we get, and we hope that will also allow for the establishment of the plantings and other mitigation stuff that we do in the offset area to be able to take hold and hopefully thrive over the course of 5 to 10 years. And during that time, we'll watch that remnant levee very closely so there's no aggressive erosion, but our plan, it will no longer be considered a state plan of flood control levy nor a federal levy, and so our plan is to adaptively manage it from a maintenance standpoint. Well, I guess RD 900's plan is to do that. And monitor it. If there are signs of aggressive erosion, it will be addressed. Otherwise, we're going to let it do what it's been doing for the last several decades, and let it meander. And once we have the establishment of the offset area and the new erosion protection in place, we won't have to worry about that quite so much any longer. So it is, I wouldn't say it's obviously self-mitigating, but with all those acres, it is self-mitigating, and will provide the lion's share of future project mitigation for the rest of the West Sacramento project and potentially other state efforts. There is some habitat that we will not be able to mitigate for on-site, like Swainson's hawk foraging habitat, that we will have to look for off-site mitigation. Now, this one, by contrast, we estimate the total cost to be about $190 million, so it's quite expensive as compared to the other projects we've done, and the real estate is a big component of that. I should mention that in the northern area, our projects, we were able to get a 90% cost share with the state on those projects, 90% state cost share, 10% local, primarily because of the disadvantaged community status that the northern area received. With our Southport project, with the habitat and the future recreational features that this lends itself to, the setback levy itself, we anticipate for the setback levy portions of it about an 80 to 85% cost share, whereas the fix-in-place pieces on the very northern end and the very southern end, those we anticipate a less of a cost share, maybe around 70 to 75%. Blended, we're hoping to be real close to 80. So this graphic here is just intended to show the size in some areas and sort of the features and what it looks like with the remnant levee and the newly constructed setback levee, with all the required features for both land side and water side maintenance corridors and buffers from vegetation and the toe of the levee. So on the far right is the the current or what will become the remnant levee, followed by the offset area. Then we have a waterside berm and maintenance corridor, then the new setback levee, and then there's the landside berm, seepage berm, and then an O&M corridor. So you can see this does take up quite a bit of real estate. And again, depending on how, I think the average width of the landside seepage berm is about 80 feet. The maintenance or O&M corridor on the land side is another 20 feet, so you've got 100 feet from the toe of the landside toe of the setback levee, the width of the levee, the waterside berm, and so forth. So this occupies quite a bit of real estate.
Mr. Tyan.
Or maybe you might be in the progress of answering my question. You know, the upfront costs of a setback levee are pretty large from what you're saying, but in the long term, the maintenance costs avoided and the mitigation costs avoided, have you guys done that calculation?
So O&M costs, short term, certainly post-project should be decreased significantly as we've now have brand new, from the ground up constructed levees. About 3 miles of the 5.6 miles is of the new setback levee, and about 2.5 miles of the fix in place. So the maintenance cost from the levee itself should decrease, certainly from an erosion perspective, absolutely. Being able to control vegetation, absolutely. Being able to control critters, absolutely. What is still yet to be determined, we're still struggling with, trying to define, is what the maintenance of the offset area itself is going to be like. That is likely to be extremely costly up front as we go through the establishment of all these plantings. So that's something that and that particular part of the project we're separating out from the levee construction, and there'll be, we will design and construct either the entire offset area planting and mitigation plantings separate from the levee improvements, or certainly the vast majority of it will be done post-levee construction. But that's something that we're still trying to identify, what those costs are going to be.
Mr. Chair, did you say how many people would be protected by this levee?
So, although our city is divided into 2 basins, northern and southern, and it is bisected by the ship channel, which does provide some hydraulic relief should there be a breach. The hydraulics do show that in a 200-year level storm with a breach, that eventually both north and south basins would be inundated. So, for all practical purposes, every project that we do is protecting 50,000 residents. But certainly in the northern area of the city today anyways, there's more than half the population is in the northern area, a little less than half the population in the southern.
All right.
So to date, with the 3 projects, we've expended a total of about a little over $36 million. Our cost share, again, is about 10%, so $3.5 million local, the rest by the state. Our Southport project is projected to be $190 million, and again, we're hoping to get that blended cost share of at 80 or maybe even a little bit above. Once completed, we'll be $250 million into that overall, $500 million, 2009 estimate. And I'm getting ahead of myself. Some of the things we're doing near term, obviously the Southport project, we've broken that into phases. The first phase of the project, which is the transportation utility relocation portion, will be kicking off next month. So one of the things I didn't mention about the project, South River Road, as you were mentioning, as you drive down South River Road in West Sac, you can see the cars and the turtles. Well, our project will basically eliminate almost all of South River Road, and certainly will eliminate the ability to drive on that old levee continuously. So our plan is to not have any traffic on that, with the exception of a small section in the middle, right by Beast Lake, that will connect the 2 marinas. Sherwood Harbor and the Sacramento Yacht Club. And there's access roads that will be, go west and connect, go over the setback levee and connect down to our Phase 1, which is the Village Parkway South project. It's the replacement for South River Road, which will provide the access for property owners whose their access is being affected by the project, but not their homes themselves. So that kicks off next month. We anticipate that being completed by about September, October of next year. But certainly the significant or substantial completion will be completed by around the summer. And that's when we'll be kicking off Phase 2, which are the actual levee improvements themselves. And we anticipate that to take about 3 years, and anticipate completing it somewhere in the summer or fall of 2018. Now, while that's going on, we have the GRR, which has been a long time coming, but we're reaching our
GRR.
General Reevaluation Report for the West Sac project. That's that core-led study to establish the federal interest and federal financial interest. So the last two major milestones, the Civil Works Review Board, followed by the Chief's Report, are anticipated Civil Works Review Board December of this year, and the final Chief's Report sometime in the May or June timeframe of next year, and hopefully we'll all keep our fingers crossed that we then get congressional authorization next year on a WRDA bill. And then we wait patiently for funding. And we are currently about to undertake an update to our problem identification report and alternatives analysis so that we can bring our, for a variety of reasons, we want to bring our estimates for the project more current. But since we did the original analysis, there's been the Urban Levee Evaluation Program that's done a lot of examination and geotech analysis of the levee systems around West Sacramento. Urban levee design criteria has come into play. The GRR in its study has data. We've learned things from our early implementation projects. We want to take all of that and update our problem identification, also the alternatives that are available for remediation. And then ultimately we'll revise our costs from there.
All right.
And happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any other questions, comments?
Mr. Chairman, I have a comment. In Gil, I'm going to wait for the end of the presentations, but I want to come back to you with a question on your slide presentation, so just a little forewarning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Now he's going to sit wondering what it is you're going to ask. Mr. Powderly, want to weigh in? Nope. Okay. All right. Staff, Dustin, anything you want to add to these presentations?
Well, nothing to really add to it. I think the presentations really speak for themselves. And just kind of to reiterate, this is going to be very informative. This type of information is what we're going to be using as we move forward with our Delta Levees investment strategy. This helps us kind of paint a picture of what the costs are to obtain certain levels of protection. So you get kind of a, some rough estimates here on some, very nice projects that have been done. What did it cost to implement those projects, and, what the level of protection was that it got you. So as we move forward and looking at protecting particular state interests, these are some of the questions that we're going to be looking at. What does it cost to protect a particular state interest, and what are we getting out of that? So as we start moving forward with our Delta Levees investment strategy and we start moving into our analysis phase, these are the types of projects and costs and risk reductions that we're going to be looking at, and we're going to bring before the council also in some of our discussions and deliberation with you folks of kind of weighing the options of what you get out of these investments.
Okay. All right. Supervisor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gil, on your slide 16, which is the aerial, excuse me, of Holland Tract, it is, you have it up. It's, I don't know if we want to get it on the screen or not. It's not specifically necessary. Very rural.
The folks in the back are scurrying around to find it.
I know, I'm sorry. Excuse me, very rural-looking levee compared to Greg's presentation on the urban environment around the Southport, West Sacramento area. And through Vice Chairman Eisenberg's question about what are we protecting there and what's the level of investment versus value, essentially, or maybe it was Jessica that asked the question. When we look at the Holland Tract levy, it's hard to identify the value because, again, it looks very rural. 50 landowners, you said, you know, a few houses, a few homes, and agricultural interests. But if my memory serves correctly, Holland Tract, I want you to describe a little bit more about what Holland Tract protects and or represents. If my memory serves correctly, the Rock Slough area, the Contra Costa Water District intake facility is right there or close to it, which serves, gosh, I don't know, 100,000 or more people, and that economic investment, et cetera, et cetera. So sort of the domino effect that may not be so visible on value from this picture, how it's portrayed, but yet the urban protection that's there is not insignificant, even though you can't see it in the picture.
Right.
I don't know if I'm making that clear.
Yeah, so as one of the 8 Western Islands, it was designated as important to the state water quality and water supply early on in the program. It's if you look at a triangle, that the westernmost Western Island, Sherman Island, and then this is kind of the southern eastern of those 8 Western Islands. And like I said, the East Levee is along Old River, so right now that's the corridor that takes water south. The south border of Holland Tract is Rock Slough, and so off the picture to the left is the Rock Slough intake operated by the Contra Costa Water District. And there's a dam across Sand Mountain Slough, which is, you can't see it real well off the kind of southwest corner of the Holland Tract levee. There's a dam where the Bureau can control water quality in Rock Slough by opening or closing the gate in that dam to allow water to come in from the north, or close it off and let the Rock Slough water come in from the east. So yeah, it's a critical link in the water quality, both going south and the local water quality.
Quality and supply.
Yes.
Okay. And it would be helpful as we get this information moving forward, not only from the water engineering flood experts, but from staff too, as we're making these determinations about policy development. The value isn't necessarily so obvious or transparent. We might need to or want to dig a little deeper on that.
And I think you'll find, as we start to dig into the decision support tool, that all of that information and
Comes
more
through.
is embedded in that tool.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Gil, and thank you to the panel.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. We appreciate your sticking around. Oh, I'm sorry, Cliff.
Yeah, I'd like to ask
Dahm.
Greg a question. By opening up this 200 acres to allow the Sacramento River to have more room to move within its channel, it's going to have some effect on the stage of the river under flood flow. Have you modeled how much of a drop in stage you're going to have along the river from the setback?
Yeah, and we've modeled it. There's not really much of a drop in stage. There's certainly not a drop in stage downstream of the project. There's very localized, very small localized effects. We have some dips by less than a foot, and some peaks of less than a foot. Less than a tenth of a foot. They're very small and they're very localized.
Good. That's what thanks.
Okay. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Gil, thank you for helping to put this whole thing together. Appreciate it. Okay. Anyone else? We got a request to speak here? Pat? Thank you. Mr. Rinkelberg?
Thank you, Acting Chair and Council. Eric Ringelberg, Local Agencies in the North Delta. Thank you very much for having some folks who have gotten their boots muddy working in the Delta, working on levee projects, and dealing with the real challenges of actually moving dirt and putting the rock in the right spot to protect infrastructure and economic value in public lives. 2 quick points. Gil's explanation of the levee cross-sections and the amount of material needed to stabilize those cross-sections sort of begs the question as where that material comes from. And one of the reasons why levees are so expensive is because the Delta is relatively isolated. It's long haul trucking distances which have massive greenhouse gas effects from the trucking side of the equation. You can only use relatively short trucks. You have to haul them from great distances in the uplands typically. bring that material in. And so we do have a potential opportunity with the Bay Delta Conservation Plan. That's one of the few times you'll actually hear me say the word opportunity with that. And is they have approximately 30 million cubic yards, which they've identified in their conceptual engineering report of waste spoils, the tunnel muck that you've heard about before. And to the degree that the tunnel muck is geotechnically suitable, so that it compacts properly behind the levees and provides support for those levees, that's about 10 square miles, 1 meter high, worth of excess fill material that they need a place to dispose of. And so I've asked over the last several years for the BDCP to analyze the placement of those materials in their EIR behind the Delta levees, including the through Delta levee options that would have benefits to the project directly. And they've been averse to that. So I'd really appreciate it if the council at some point in its conversations with the project would discuss that there are many opportunities that have mutual benefits both for the levee investment program that you're talking about, but also by reducing the cost for these levee projects, we're able to provide potentially more environmental benefits with these projects, which have heretofore, because of the costs, not really been very high on the priority list. And then the other comment is a follow-on to my comment last week, which was I believe it would be useful to have a Delta's Place working group attached to the DLES process. The social and economic multipliers that we talked about haven't been analyzed, and I think for the analysis to further meet the statute has to look clearly at what the specific impacts are to the Delta's Place communities and what sort of values those are held in order to compare them to the economic values. And as Supervisor Peepo was talking about, it's easy for us to cost out infrastructure. It's much more difficult for us to look at the complex social and cultural elements of these communities, and we need to have metrics that more accurately reflect those. So thank you very much.
Eric, I hope you'll join us on October 12th for the demonstration of the tool.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much. Anything else, members? Okay, the meeting is adjourned. Next meeting coming up is the 12th, correct, Jessica? Okay, see you all then at the workshop.